What up, friendos? Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone is having a great Wednesday. Hello. Oh, hey, how are you? Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses. They're filthy. They're filthy. Are we excited to get the cult up and running? Um, I honestly have only played so much of Cult of the Lamb, and I have officially now have all of the DLC. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that entails. All I know is that we can do all the things. So we are going to start fresh with a brand new game. I think that's the idea. It's been that long. I think we should start fresh. Get our bearings. You know what I mean? Lizzie, thank you for the 22 months for tier 3 for 22 months. My God. Appreciate you, friend. Ms. V. Oh, hi, Ms. V. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. How are you, friend? How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. All right. I think we're ready. Stream was good. Nice. What'd you do? What did you do? Oh, man. Mad Chemist, how are you, friend? Good to see you. All right, I think we're about ready. Close enough. Hi, Lizard. Hello. Okay, we're good. Hokey, how are you? Welcome in. Lashed, hello. Let's start a cult. We had to think of a name. We have to make some decisions. You guys are going to have the opportunity to join said cult via raffles. Hopefully everything is set up. I don't know if it is or not, but I guess we're going to find out soon enough. Great phrase. Jander, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Will there be pews? I don't know about, I mean, I can only assume. Total War, hello. Sinister, have you played the game before? I have, but only so much. It honestly was very minimal. It was not a lot. Don't cults require paperwork? Pish posh. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We need a mascot. I think it's the lamb. Hey, Switch, how are you? Good to see you. Chuck, thank you, Fred. All right, let me make sure I don't need to do anything on this side. I don't think I do. Toes our mascot? Hey, I'm down. All right. I'll mute this. Let me go. I'm pretty sure I have the extension added already. I think. I do. I does. Dora Nuda, thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months. The mighty toe. Everybody loves toe. All right, so that is set as the overlay. Okay. It should be. I might need to go to my own channel, make sure I see things properly. Gonna lurks now. Thank you, Ms. V. I appreciate you, friend. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do tonight. Do we have a super secret cult handshake? We can make one. We could absolutely make one. Hey, Peggy. You've never heard of Cult of the Lamb? What is it? I'll get you the description of the game here in a second. Just give me a sec. Okay. I think we're basically ready. We'll see how it goes. The almighty toe. It's one of your favorite games, Lizard. Oh man, I have only played so much, very minimal. Oh, so I posted something today. So I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but there was an announcement that if you subscribe on mobile, the price has gone up. So in other words, do not subscribe if you are doing it through the app. Do not subscribe that way. It is a waste of money. It doesn't make sense. Like, I understand because they have to put, like, Apple and Android, like, they need their cut, but don't do it. Don't do it. So to try and help this, which apparently a lot of people have really enjoyed this idea on the Twitterverse, on my page, if you go to my profile, basically you click on my face and you go to my main page, there's now a social link. If you're on desktop, you can scroll down and see it in the about section where it says followers and stream team. So Midnight Sidey, there's a new thing I put up there called subscribe here. When you click on that, if you're on mobile, it should take you to your browser. When you're in your browser, you log into Twitch and you can subscribe there for the same price as it is for desktop. That way you're not paying mobile price. This is the way we're doing it. And also someone pointed out, like, oh, I don't know if Twitch is going to like that. Twitch is literally the ones that said, hey, if you guys want to subscribe on mobile, but with desktop price, do it like this. And then they give you the link. Yeah. Yeah. You got auto-modded? Wait, what did you try to say? Oh, you tried to say suck butts. Oh, yeah. You're right, Michaela. 100%. 100%. Okay. Let us get the game going. I need to make sure that everything is running correctly. There's like a hair on my face. Of course. Yeah. If you are a content creator, I would highly suggest it. I would highly suggest adding it either in your panels or inside of the social links. That'd be my suggestion. I'm going to make a command for it as well. I just haven't done that yet. You have many hairs on your face. I know, but there's like one that is way longer and that's not from my face. It's on my face, but it's not from my face. Then help. Hi, Yetting. So basically it's F Apple and Windows and not F everyone on mobile device. It's why pay Apple and Android a cut when you get the exact same product by just going through desktop or going through the mobile browser. Madam Flash's hair? Yeah, probably. That's why I keep itching my face. I keep feeling like there's something there. But yeah. Back to the Future. It is. I know. More of my retro stuff. It's a little more retro than my 90s stuff, but still works. All right, let us get Cult of the Lamb started. Okay. It is not a fly, Crow. I swear to God. I swear to God. If there's one thing I love about this game, it's the music. The music in this game is fantabulous. It is fantabulous. The soundtrack is so good. It is so good. Light mode. Oh my God. Oh, puppy doll. Appreciate you being here, friend. We need some cult emotes now. Yeah, but I don't know what it would be. My eyes. It's better than feeling fiberglass from insulation. Been there. When I used to do electrical work and fire alarm installation, I used to have to deal with insulation. Yeah. It's definitely a way for the market to gauge how many people are affected. They can track how many people use the links and avoid the extra fee. Yeah. If they choose to. Cue the migraine. Jesus Christ. I didn't even touch anything. Jump scares? Ooh, merch. One of us. One of us. All right. You guys are going to have to keep me informed about volumes. You have to let me know. Also, does it appear like drops are enabled? Do drops appear to be enabled right now? They should be. I might have to turn something on, but they should just be on. Oh, that's cool. Even goes forward and back. Should be. One of us. One of us. No? Okay. Hey, what? Why is there a drop? Get that out of here. Okay, I need to figure out how to get them turned on then, because I don't want to deceive. I don't want to deceive and make people think that we have it on when we don't. Can't see them, but let me refresh. Let me check the settings. Maybe I have to turn something on. Maybe there's something I got to do on my end. I'm not exactly sure. Also, this is meant to be played with a controller too. I think Mr. Kill was playing Call to the Lamb the other day. There's a Twitch integration. Yeah, I've got the Twitch integration. That's on. That's on. This is also said to be played with a controller, so let's do the ting. Been playing it the last week and a half. So apparently drops have been enabled, Mr. Kill, but I don't know if that's something I need to do on my end or not. I don't know what that is, but we're not doing it right now. It's really glitchy? Wait, what's really glitchy? Did you add the extension? I did. Yeah, the extension's there. The game does play really well with the controller. Okay, thank you, Mel. Hi, Mel. How are you? I figured it did. Just all the sounds are so good. Okay. Show follower names. Why would I not want to show their names? Is there any particular I guess I kind of understand. Okay, the graphics look fine. Accessibility. Making me want to play Call to the Lamb now. I got a pack for my trip. Oh no. Yeah, there's all our controls, which is perfectly fine. No, you get to be part of the cult, Astrock. Yeah. You get to be part of the cult. Hi, Mayor. Okay, I don't know what to do about the drop thing. I don't know. I don't know how to enable it. Mr. Rafa, hello. How does one become part? We will show you shortly, friend. We will show you shortly. So yeah, so the description for the game, if you have never seen this before, start your own cult in a land of false prophets, venturing out into diverse and mysterious regions to build a loyal community of woodland followers and spread your word to become the one true cult. Yeah. It does, Gray. It does. And I'm trying to figure out how to get them on. They announced it in their Discord and I saw it. I sensed it. If I go to their announcements in their server, let's see. Where's it at? Where you at? Okay. Where's the announcement? No, you don't need to download a single thing. Nope. It's all part of the integration, friend. All part of the integration. But where is it though? Yeah, drops enabled. Okay. Did you connect via Twitch drops and rewards? I thought I did. Or I thought I have been. I could double check though. I was before. Now, I don't know if I have to do it separately just for Call to the Lamb. If so, I was not aware of that, but it's good to know because now I'm learning. Hi, Walla Koalas. How are you? Drops are enabled. Go in. Open campaigns. Go in. Maybe I have to, hold on. Maybe I do have to go in here separately. There's so many. Jesus, dude. Just waking up? Nice. Okay. Whoa, when did this start? This just started the other day. I'll do a find feature. It's not here. You don't need to pick them. Okay. So maybe maybe only certain people are getting them then? No, not that kind of a drop. I don't even know how to disable that sound. That's not what we mean. No, usually what happens, if it is enabled, which usually it just, if you're playing the game and the game is available for everybody, then you're just good to go. But sometimes it's not the case. I got them all from Dahlia last night, so I wouldn't see it. Okay. Let me click here, my channel, go there. Because we're in the game, we're in that. Hey, Graham. You need to go to the extensions. Okay. Okay. Okay, I hear you. Extensions. Go in. Search. Okay, I have the Cult of the Lamb. I have the whatever you call it. That's enabled already. Yeah, mates configure. Okay, the Cult of the Lamb Twitch integration has been updated for the Unholy Alliance update. Streamers not on this update will not be able to use the Twitch integration until they've updated their game. Okay. This Twitch integration does not need to be configured on Twitch. Go to your in-game settings menu to connect. Go to your in-game settings menu. Maybe I have to be in the game. I'm a potato. Hi, friend. There's a different Cult of the Lamb category. Wait, what? Maybe we have to be in the game. Because right now, I'm going to settings and we don't see it. Play. New save. All right. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Praise the Lamb, conduit of great power, promised liberator. Tiki, for a crown cannot sit upon two brows. Go in. Hi, Anime. How are you? Good to see you, friend. And Royal, thank you for the 9 months. Oh my god. I'm gonna remember like parts of this, like bits and pieces. It's been a long time and we only played for a little bit. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Sparkplug, thank you for the follow. Can I roll? Can I run? No. Love this game. Oh man. Honestly, like, I kind of regret not playing it heavily when it first came out. What if I don't want to kneel? All right, I'll kneel. Before us stands the last of its kind. All others we have hunted down and put to the blade. That's not very kind. With this final sacrifice, the prophecy will be impossible to fulfill. Played the game a few times, never finished it. Oh man. ISO! I do see what I found says that you need to link the extension to your Cult of the Lamb save file. Open the pause. Okay. Yep. So once we get in there, I think we might be able to do it. It's the Midnight Society management team. Wait, which one am I? The old faith shall be preserved. I'm the frog with 4 eyes, aren't I? Oh my. Hope the info is correct. Thank you. Mama Hen, I appreciate it. Thank you for looking. I'll double check as soon as we get to the main part. I mean, I guess I could technically do it here, huh? Connect with Twitch. Connect my game. Authorize. Install Twitch extension. I don't know, your game is connected to the channel. If you haven't already, please install the, okay. You may close the window. Go in. Okay. Do we see it now? Okay, help or hinder. I'm just going to leave all that as it is. I'm just going to leave it as is. Legend, hello. We did it. Thank you for contributing to the totem. Okay, let me get this going while we're at it. While we're at it. Channel points is there now. Hey, let's go. There we go. Random. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Okay. That is good. That is good. How is the game running? Game looks like it's running all right. That looks okay. That looks okay. Okay. I might not stream on TikTok tonight because if I do, it might be confusing with the integration. It might be confusing with the integration. You know what I mean? Probably best. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. What up, Noki? How are you, friend? Okay. Photo mode. Co-op. Ooh. Twitch of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb Twitch integration. Viewers can spend channel point. Thank you, Eggs. Viewers can spend channel points, which fill up your Twitch totem bar. When this bar is full, you receive a reward. Help or hinder events will happen automatically. They allow viewers to vote on either giving you a bonus or punishing you. Allow viewers to enter a raffle to create your next follower. The follower will be designed by the viewer and will display the name above at all times. What is this? Now, we've played before. We have played before. It's just been a long time, so I don't remember much. Twitch integration has reached mobile devices. Viewers will now be able to interact with the integration on the go. Hey. Additions to existing features include option for viewers to add clothing to their follower, as well as new help or hinder choices. Oh. Okay, we're just going to get them all, I guess. What's up, Beast? Twitch integration improvement. We've improved the overall health and flow of the Twitch integration. You can also play knucklebones against Twitch chat. Oh. Okay, I think I kind of remember what that game is. Build a knucklebone table or head to Ratau. Yeah, that guy. Here we go. I might have to remove the drops thing until we get it figured out, though. Come closer, fear not, for thou you are already dead. I still have a need of you. Those foolish bishops. Wait. Those foolish bishops thought they could keep you from me in death, but instead they sent you straight to me. I will give you life again, but at a price. All I ask is for you to start a cult in my name. Do we have a deal? Absolutely. Take the red crown which I once wore. With it, you shall command the loyalty of followers and strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. Return to the land of the living, start a cult in my name, and begin recruiting followers. Once you've done so, you will see me again. Now go. Hi, Tash. Ew, indeed. Hi, Roxy. Oh my God, kill. Yeah, the sounds of the game are so good. Oh, shit. Cut. Oh, yeah, what's up, bitch? Oh, God. Oh, that guy didn't do anything. I feel a little bad. feel a little bad. It's okay. It's okay. How's the volume? Is the game volume good or is it too loud? You guys tell me. Ninja, thank you for the 20-month Prime. Sounds good. Kind of loud. Okay. I'll hit A to accept. Okay. Did that stick? It did. All right. How's this? Is that better? Hey, Super. Better? Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I definitely don't want it to be too loud. Oh. Hey. F off, nerd. Much better. Awesome. All right, let's rock. I don't know if that does any good. I don't remember. Perfect. Yeah, sure. Let's go to the next one. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Again, I don't remember. Oh, how do you pronounce? Is that Ratau? Ratau. Fear not. I am Rat. I was once a chosen vessel like you, but those days are lost to the winds. I was sent to guide you. We are deep in the lands of the old faith and in grave danger. Ratau. Yeah, Ratau. Yeah, that makes sense. It's Ratatouille. Got it. Yeah, I got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Thank you for contributing to the totem. I appreciate you. Hey, Beast, welcome in, man. My instructions are to lead you to safety. Continue through the woods. Escape lies ahead. I'll be close by. Ah, and your name popped up. Hey, there we go. It's kind of covered by chat. A little bit. I don't know. I might have to move chat. I guess depending on where that stuff comes up. So, is this just for shits and kicks, just to destroy stuff? Thank you for the follows. There isn't even a totem yet. I know. Oh, the back button. I got a Kern. Hey, let's go. No, win for life. We're trying to figure out how to get them enabled. I might have to take that out of the title because they're not enabled for some reason. And I don't know why. Need to start a new save file. No, you're good. Win, you're fine. No, you're good. You're good. I guess this way. Hello. Maybe restart the game. Oh, maybe. But would restarting the game enable the drops though? Because isn't the drops based on the category itself, not on you literally having the game open? Right? Isn't that right? Double check the settings. Yeah, for sure. Depending on if they included all streamers, if it was an invite only, right? I need to check their Discord. See what it says. You did have to enable new settings. That is true. Gotta hit the bones? What does that get me? Do I get stuff from that? Establish a cult first. You could possibly restart. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could try that. Yeah, once we get the cult name and all that jazz, then we could always restart. Yeah. Yippee, more Kerns. Oh, just kill a bird. Is this a follower? We have nearly reached safety, but look ahead. Another poor soul about to be sacrificed. Rescue them and they would have no choice but to join the cult. Almighty bishops of the old faith, we ask you to accept the sacrifice of this wretched soul. Hey, Who interrupts our ritual and trespasses on sacred ground? It's me, bitch! Oh, I see. Oh, we're gonna cheat, huh? Just gonna come out of the ground? I hear ya. Chill. Relax. We got you. Follower awaits indoctrination. Yeah, see, I don't know if this like does anything or if it's just for kicks. Kick their butts. I'm on it. I'm on it. Ah, Ratal. We've reached safety. You have done well. The red crown will allow you to use those markings on the ground to transport yourself great distances. It will take you to a temple that has fallen to ruin. You'll be able to begin a new cult. We'll meet you there. Or I'll meet you there. Okay. Off we go. Aww. Set out of stock. It's probably because it can only be redeemed so often, Astrock. I imagine. Right? I doubt it's just like unlimited redeems. Please select a difficulty. We'll probably start on medium. Recommended for moderate players looking for a well-rounded experience. Yeah, that's us. Pilgrim Edition activated. You've unlocked a new build. Okay, that's gone. Extra hard easy. This hallowed ground which once was mine is now yours. This crumbling ruin is to be the site of your new cult. We have much to do, but begin by indoctrinating this poor soul into the warm embrace of your cult. It's a warm embrace. Followers can gather resources for you. Order this one to collect lumber or stone. Hello. Please spare me. Here we go. This is the first one. Start a raffle. Okay, so I gotta click start raffle, yes? No worry, Northern. Thank you so much for hanging out, friend. So once I click start, then you guys can join in. Okay, let her rip. Lucifer, welcome in. If you are on desktop, a pop-up should have happened. If you are on mobile, you should be able to, I don't know if a pop-up happened or not, but you should be able to click below the stream right next to where the blurb icon is. Click on the companion of the lamb, and you should be able to do it from there. And you can create your follower from inside the extension. Yeah. Make sure to create the follower. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I will give you guys a minute. So no one holds you up anymore. That's pretty smart. Well, the way that they used to do it was you would just immediately enter, and then that would allow somebody, whoever got chosen, time to pick the way their character looked. But the issue with that is then you're waiting on them to create the character. So now I guess they have it where you have to create your character first to be able to even enter. Yeah. I know, Noki. Maybe one day they'll have it across platforms. Yeah, and if they stepped away, it was awful. Right, because you were just locked in. What are you supposed to do? All right, you guys have like 10 seconds. There will be more opportunities. There's not just like a single follower. There will be more opportunities. So many good choices. This will also allow you time to create your character. You don't have to rush. This is just the first one. I also think the app would time out someone if they took too long and borked the connection. Yeah. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 70 of you, which is pretty rad. That's a lot of participants. And it goes to Beast. Hey, GG's Beast. Welcome in, dude. Good Girl Ghost, hello. Thank you for the 17 months. All right, there we go. That is our first follower. Let's see. What are your traits? Terrified of death. Fair. against sacrifice. I don't know if I like you. I'm going to need you to change this attitude. Stat. I'm just going to accept you for who you are. What should we do, guys? Should we make our first follower chop trees or clear rubble? Maddie, thank you for the 40-month prime. Hi, friend. Chop trees or rubble? You know what, Beast? I'm going to let you choose. You know what? Everyone's saying rubble, but you want to do trees. You know what? I'm going to let you go chop those trees. By your hand, our cult will grow powerful, but your followers cannot live on prayer alone. They must eat. So needy. Jesus Christ. My plushie attack shirt arrived. Hey, let's go. Thank you for contributing to the totem. Gather the necessary resources and build a cooking fire. It will allow you to prepare meals for your followers. I guess if we have to, I'll chop wood for you with all the happiness in my heart. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Sinister, thank you for the biddies. And thank you guys for the hype trade. Pick some berries while I'm standing here. Yeah. Oh, Sinister, thank you so much, friend. All right. So I could mine. What does it say I need to do? Collect lumber, collect stone. Okay, well, they're doing that. I'll collect stone. Yeah. And the music's so good. The music is so freaking good. I guess I can get behind sacrificing now. All right. Hey, can you chop faster though? Here, I can help you. Come on, let's chop some trees. We got this. Here. Together. I know we already have enough, but it's okay. All right. So now I have enough. We need a cooking fire, yeah? All right, now where to place it? I guess I can just place it here. Got tiny arms and a big head. I don't think this plan was thought through very well. I mean, I'm assuming I can always just move it, but I want it in like a central area. Let's do, yeah, you know, let's go over here. Oh, it won't let me do it there. There. That works. That's quitter talk. That's quitter talk. All right, let's build. Move it later. Okay. Your followers need to eat, and it's up to you to provide meals for them. The hunger of your cult can be seen on the top left of the screen. When this gets too low, followers will begin to starve. Oh, yikes. Find more food while crusading. Pick routes that pass through foraging locations. Plant farms to grow your own food. Seeds can be purchased or found whilst crusading. What the fuck just happened? Thank you guys for the hype train. The hype train looks different. Did they change the bar? Need to feed us. Give me pizza. I don't have any pizza. I do need to get some berries though. There's enough. Okay. Cook. Oh, there you go, homie. Now we must build a shrine, but first we will need followers and more gold. Both of which can be found when crusading through the lands of the old faith. Our mutual benefactor, the one who waits, has been trapped by the 4 bishops of the old faith. Each of them guards a chain that binds him to the realm beyond. We've conjured openings to their realms. It's your task to track them down and slay them so that he may be freed. Okay. Okay. Now go. There you shall find gold and willing recruits. And for those who are not willing, convert them by force. I was able to customize a character. Hey, let's go. Read the effects of the meals. I could only see the one. Thank you for the contribution. 15% less chance of the follower pooping instantly. Walla Koala, thank you for the gifted sub, friend. Huh. All right. Well, their hunger looks okay. Return to the lands of the old faith. We need to return with more gold and return with more followers. So it looks like we need to go on a trip for a very merry rocket ship. Here, I'll help chop some trees down real fast. Was never trained to go outside. We'll get you there one day. It's okay. We'll get you there one day. I don't know where. I don't even have a drop source active right now, so I don't know where that's coming through. Drops are still not enabled. All right, I'll remove it for now. If we get it figured out, I'll add it back. Yeah. And in-game, I mean, stream drops are never, ever redeemed by typing drop in chat. Yeah. Okay. We need to return to the lands of the old faith. I heard there was pizza. Somebody lied. Somebody lied. Well, the issue is that I have a thing here somewhere that has to be the drop thing, but I don't know where it is. Because you hear the sound, but it's obviously just minimized, or it's like, or it's, you know what I mean? Yeah, the companion of the land below. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, look, there's spooters. Thank you for the contribution. As long as the spooters don't hurt me while I'm sitting here. It stole your gold. No, it did not. Oh, they steal resources? Oh, shit. Maybe it did. Run. Stupid spooters. All right. You have gluten-free, dairy-free pizza. Hey, whatever works, man. Hi, Moon Bunny. All right. Darkwood. Let me pause. Let me pause so we don't get anything stolen from spooters. We don't want anything stolen from any spooters. Okay, I have that there. That's there. That's there. I have all of that. Drop down. It's a spooter. Gaga, hi, friendo. How was your stream earlier, friend? I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. It's living here, and I don't know where. I don't know where it is. It's gonna annoy the shit out of me, though. Have you on the big screen. Hi, Misfortune. The only thing I could think to do. Let me see. I have an idea. Do have an idea. Boo, 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 boo. I want to join the cult. I know we're going to go find more followers. We're going to go find more. Let's see. No, that's not a way to do it. Well, son of a biscuit. Chaos as always. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. don't think I can. For now, we might just have to move forward because I don't see it anywhere. I literally see it nowhere. It making no sense. It's all right. We'll figure it out later. We'll figure it out later. Liz, thank you for the contribution. Ooh, Crusader Blade, a well-balanced blade dealing moderate damage. Yes, please. Right, give me your shit. Give me your shit. Oh, we got meat and grass. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. What are these? What? Oh, you sneaky devil. You sneaky devil. You didn't read the sign. Why do I need to read the sign? What sign? Didn't read the sign. You broke it. Oh, then it must not have been that important. Bones. I don't know what the bones do, but they must do something. The headstone. Yeah, not worth it. Come here, bird. I need to feed my followers. Come here. You little shit. 2-for-1 special here at Walmart. Has to go fold laundry. No worries, friend. You're good. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the cult. Might as well, I don't know. I don't know how beneficial this is, but I feel like we have to do it. All right. Patty bats. Come here. Come back, nerd. Ooh, so many coins. 18 coins, I think. Is that right? Yeah. 3 meat. 7 berry bush seed. 8 grass. 13 lumber. And currants. Little map in the top right. Ooh, I do see it. Okay. So I'm assuming that just tells us where we are, right? The lovers. I just get a heart. Hey, let's go. There was another room I didn't go to. I kind of want to go to it. Oh, it looks like it's a good thing I did. Eggs, thank you for the contribution to the totem, friend. Praise the Lamb, conduit to great power, promised liberator of the one that waits below. So the card showed me once, many lifetimes ago. Or has that yet to be? I've always drawn your cards, Lamb, and yet this is the first. That doesn't make sense. Take these cards and I'll draw another each time we meet. When drawn by me, they will grant you. We have a choice. So the lovers, a heart offered, a vow made. The arachnid, the venom of fear knows no cure. Deal poison damage to enemies struck. Hi, Endless. Jesus Christ. You didn't even say a joke. You just said one of us. Hi. All right, we'll do the arachnid because we did get that hard. Yeah, that makes sense. Jesus Christ. But it's a hangman card. Okay, how dare you? The deck decides your fate. You may find more upon your crusades, and I'll draw them, and I'll draw from them. Ooh, okay. How the hell did why are these all unlocked? What happened? Gift from below, 10% chance. I don't have to read through all these. Death's door, Rabbit's Foot, Fortune's Blessing, Divine Curse, Shield of Faith, Master of the Art, Fervor's Harvest, Arachnid, Divine Strength, Diseased Heart. These are pretty cool cards. Telescope, True Sight, Lovers, the Hearts. Jesus. I don't know how we unlocked a bunch. What's the point in looking at this? Okay. I guess just to look to. Yep. Yeah, okay. Back at it. Endless, you're insane, dude. Thank you so much. Just a little lamb over here. All right. I think we should make the most of our trip. Yeah. I may be out of my mind. That's okay. We know you are. Oh shit. Well, this seems worth it. Sheesh. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't. Oh no, I can't get a follower now. I'm sad. I can't go back. I can't go back. Restart. Then you're back. You can redo runs. Yeah, I mean, we can just keep moving forward and we'll get more followers. It'll be fine. Relax. Oh, that's what that noise is. They're poisoned. I understand. Plenty of chances for new followers. Yeah, exactly. How can this be? You were put to the blade, lamb, as all your kind were, and yet here you stand before me, unrepentant. The crown, his power, could it be? But I'm stronger still. Turn tail and run, little lamb. No, I don't wanna. I wanna stay home and bake cookies with you. Right, get Riz on. Up or down? Up or down? It's not murder. Go up? All right, that's the first thing I saw. We're going up. What the? Hey, wait, there's a squirrel. Hey, come here. All right, now it's murder. All right, now you can say it. We gotta get the meat. I gotta feed him a follower. What was that symbol? You've come far enough, little lamb. My followers are willing to do anything for me. You say the same of yours. I give myself to the cause, almighty leader. By the blood of great ones, destroy the red crown. Don't do it. You're disgusting looking. Amdusius. Ew. Ew, he's got goo everywhere. Hey, F off. Oh, he's cursed. Haha, get wrecked, nerd. Dodge. Okay. Well, did they? Okay, wait. So, did they just expect that to this point you would not have dodged at any point? Careful, SpongeBob. Roger that. Ow. I have enough hearts. I'll be fine. Yeah, we're good. Oh, look at this little guy. Please spare me. Convert me to your cult. I'll follow your teachings faithfully. See, look, we got one. See? Sinister, thank you for the contribution. Ooh. Choose follower form. Gold nuggies. or lumber? Dragon Age. No, I've never watched it, Luxie. Nugs? Follower form. You think the nuggets are more valuable than the follower form? Well, I need to know. Well, there's people that in the chat that have played this game a lot. Follower form is cool because it gives you more to choose from. However, I feel like these are more valuable, obviously. Yeah. Nuggets is for resource. This is for you. This is for me. This is for you. This allows whoever becomes a follower of said cult. I think we go nugs. Nuggies? I think we go nuggies. Holy shit. Well, we will unlock more things. What's the drop rate? I imagine not super high. If it was super high, I don't think they would have offered it as a reward. It's like a reward. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Heretics defeated. Man. Yeah. All right. Ads are about to play, by the way. We're just going to let them play today. I think. The lamb rules. That's right. All right. Hunger's fine. Relieved to see you made it safely and you've not returned alone. Ah, you have convinced more to join the flock. Let us indoctrinate this new convert so that we may continue. The sound effects are so good. The sound effects, the music, everything. Amadusius, please spare me. Here we go. It's another follower raffle. If you want to join the cult, if you want to join, make sure that you have already created your follower so that you can actually join. If you're on desktop, it should pop up and you should see it. If you're on mobile, go underneath the stream. You'll see right next to the blurb button, you'll see the Cult of the Lamb, the Companion of the Lamb button. That's where you create your follower. Okay? Trust me, you will have plenty of time. You will have plenty of time. Yeah. Even in ads, you should still be able to join. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to join even in ads. I would assume not. That'd be stupid. All right, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to check this. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to check this. But yeah, you guys try to join. I'm going to look into the drop thing. I want to try to figure it out. I can always ask in their Discord, hey, how do you how to get drops or whatever. You can make some weird looking creatures. You surely can. One of us. For the greater good, that's right. Maybe we might have to restart the game. If we have an active Twitch drop campaign, you can connect your Twitch account through the website. After that, all you have to do is watch a Cult of the Lamb stream that has the drops tag enabled. That's part of their FAQ, but it doesn't say if I don't have drops on the stream. You know what I mean? All right, you have 10 seconds and then we're gonna pick it. this person asked that question. Hold on. That person asked the question, but there's nobody that answered them, which is awesome. Hi, Tika. All right. 3, 2, 1, end. Sawa. Welcome to the cult. Welcome, welcome, welcome. GG's. Welcome in, friend. What are you? Let's see. Sickly. Heals 15% slower when sick and in bed rest. Lose 10 faith when falling ill. You just need to not get sick. You're apparently a germaphobe. Literally. Tika, how is your day, friend? Well, obviously you're going to do stone while they do wood. Followers will either work or worship. Worshipping followers generate devotion for you to collect. But to collect devotion, you require a shrine. We need a shrine. All right, before I go to the shrine, let me pause. Again, so this is enabled. All that jazz, names, yada, 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 yada. One of us. One of us. I'm going to click save. Saved. Okay. Let me go back to the Discord for a sec. Boom, 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 boom. One of us. People keep asking questions and they're getting no response, which is not very helpful. Try closing out the game, bringing it back up to the save file. That's what I'm about to try now. I wonder if I could do that actually right now. I saved. I did save, so it should be okay. Okay, so now let's try. A little refresh, yeah. It's worth a shot. But again, it should be the extension. It shouldn't be based off the game. But I guess we'll find out. Endless, thank you for the lurk, friend. I'd rather try and actually have it work. But again, I don't know if it's for everybody. What's wrong? Trying to see if drops are enabled for everybody or only certain people. Wiggling Wolf, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you for the sub, friend. We do not think that it's available for everybody, but I don't know how to get them. That's the thing. Tis the thing. Oh shit, it's raining now. Okay. Yeah, if anybody finds out, do let me know. Because I tried looking in their Discord and I couldn't find anything. Lady Sovereign, thank you for the 12-month Prime, friend. Hello. Is it supposed to be secret which streamers have drops enabled? It doesn't make sense. Thank you for the contribution, Blondie. See, this is saying, mention something about tags. Can it be anything to do with tags? Like if you put drops inside of the tags thing, I could try. It's worth it. I mean, listen, it's worth a shot. I'm gonna go back to the dashboard as well, because there was something saying somewhere else to go. None of the others with drops have tags saying drops. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if it's some special permission thing that I just don't know. Because I don't think it's just an open campaign, or that I don't see it as an open campaign. Yeah, I see nothing. Hi, Corbs. No, you're fine. You're a good friend. First, link your Twitch account with the developer digital code site. I thought I did that. Maybe, hold on. Maybe we just did. Maybe we didn't do it in the right sequence. Is Graham on? He might be streaming. Thank you, Michaela. Hold on. Cult of the Lamb. Devolver. Thank you for the patience, by the way. Because if I can get drops enabled, that'd be super freaking great. Go to the website. That's all I could find. Okay, hey, that's better than nothing. I'll freaking take it. I'll take it. Okay, Cult of the Lamb. So I'm on the Devolver site. Yeah, it says head to the website. Got some chill background track. Yeah. Thank you for the contribution. Yeah, because there's just the game, but it doesn't say anything about... Hold on, Twitch drops. Let's see. Drops started yesterday. So what it says here, it says Cult of Lamb's running a Twitch drops campaign with 3 early access goat decorations. Okay, for the first time ever, these will be publicly released at a later date, but you can get them early with this month's drop campaign. Okay, earn exclusive rewards will be available. Please ensure that you have signed in via the button above if you have not received an email after 72 hours. Wait, what? Your rewards will be delivered via email. Oh, when you get the rewards. Okay. Yeah, it says I'm connected. It says that I'm connected. Oh, you just DM me this page. Oh, thank you, Kill. But every time I go to that page, it asks me to off, by the way. Every time I go to that page. Corbs, thank you for the 10 months. Ah, friend. Which I've done. I've offed it. Each time. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Gaze, how are you? Speak to Sawa. Oh, hey, Sawa. I know it's raining. I know you guys are out there struggle busting right now, but we're struggling too. All right. Well, we'll move around a little bit again. It says you need to watch a stream for a certain amount of time. Right. But you need to, like, the issue that we're dealing with right now is enabling the drops. Because I tried looking on their Discord and I'm not finding anything. Yeah, there's streamers that have drops enabled. Do you know who has drops enabled? But it doesn't say, hey, if you want to enable drops on your stream, go do this. Yeah. I don't know if I need to, like, hold on. What if I completely remove the Cult of the Lamb category and add it back? I'm trying different things. It's not working. All right, we'll figure it out later. Akaria Sunflower, hello, friend. We'll figure it out later. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, if somebody figures it out, let me know for sure. Let me know. Sunflower, how was your stream? I'll chop the tree for a bit. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this cost 30? Jeez, dude. Jeez, dude. All right, we're building the shrine. If we get the drops enabled or figured out, that'd be awesome. But if not, it's okay. Praise be, your followers can now worship you. Here's a new follower. Assign them to worship at the shrine. Collect the devotion your followers generated at the shrine to unlock divine intervention. Or inspiration. I read that too fast. I think it said inspiration. All natty. Okay. Please spare me. Here we go. Here's another one. Boom. Raffle. Go. Go, go, go. We'll keep this one shorter so we can just keep the ball rolling. One of us. I need like a one of us button so it plays like a one of us sound. Roxy, I want to join. Found the page for January's Cult of the Lamb drop and it said you'll be automatically approved to enable drops at the campaign start time. Yeah, I don't know what else to do then. Yeah. Thank you, Sav. I'm in the category. We've got the game on, all that stuff. No idea what else to do. Maybe I had to sign up before drop started. That would suck. What if I ask, while you guys are doing that, see what it says. I'll put this over here. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Night Rise. Welcome into the cult. One of us. What are you? Ooh. You've got different stuff. Can be pet. On recruiting follower, immediately lose 10 faith. Generates devotion 15 slower. You guys are going to need some better stuff. All right, you're going to go worship, okay? Collect devotion from the shrine. Once you collect enough, you'll unlock divine inspiration. It was inspiration. The more followers worshiping at your shrine, the faster they will fill up. If the shrine is full, they will stop worshiping until it is emptied. Emptied. Once you've collected divine inspiration, unlock new buildings for the cult through the shrine. Ew. What did Kill say? He'll answer you in 84 years. What? The DM? Ask ChatGPT. Do you think ChatGPT would know? Oh. It's full already. It's a freebie. Chibo. Oh, Chibo will answer in 84 years. Oh, yeah. How to turn on drops as a streamer for Cult of the Lamb. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Hey, Jordan, what's up, dude? Connect. Okay, this is what it says. It says connect your Twitch account. It says connect your Twitch account to Cult of the Lamb. Go to the official Cult of the Lamb website or the game's dedicated Twitch drop page. The game has a dedicated Twitch drop page. The game is really, really good. Log in, enable drops. Go to your dashboard, navigate to viewer reward section, select drops, ensure the drops program. So that's okay. So that is one thing I did not see. And I don't know if that's something that you have to get separately or not. It says inside of the drops panel on your Twitch, I don't have Cult of the Lamb for that. When I go to drops, oh, did it try to get a link? I can see the message though. From there, go to view rewards, drops, okay, and change your opt-out preference. I have drops enabled. Drops have been enabled on my stream. You can now also opt out from drop campaigns at the individual campaign level. Okay. Thought I got rid of links. No, you're okay. But inside of the drops though, the problem is that it doesn't say anything about Cult of the Lamb for me. There's nothing here for Cult of the Lamb. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Trying to get this drop stuff figured out and it's not working. It's just not happening. It gave you a completely different answer. Yeah, questions get buried by people that are just chatting. Maybe it's wait for the email. Maybe. I could check my email just to make sure I don't have anything from Cult of the Lamb. I don't see anything. Claimed all your drops. Nice. Nice. Lumber. Holy moly. Once you get the drop to 100%. Okay, that doesn't. I was about to ask since I don't see the drops. Nope. All right. Well, another one says go to the creator dashboard, the communication. Yeah, it's wild trying to figure the answer out to this. Do they have mods that I can message? There's a drop campaign when going to drops and rewards, but not through creator dashboard. Oh, really? Wait, what link did you go to, Kill? Oh, drops and rewards. Where's the drops and rewards? Is that part of... You said that's not through the creator dashboard. What is that through? Sorry, this is it. Just staring at the screen. User icon in the top right of the Twitch page. Okay, so if I click on my guy there, drops and rewards. To continue progress, go to... So, okay. So this says... Hear me out. To continue the progress, go to a participating live channel, including, and then it lists out some names. This is so fucking confusing. So is it just not available to everybody? Because these other ones connect your Twitch and game account to use drops. This is the only one that doesn't say connect to use drops. I'm not sure that everybody can. If you click on the more link, it shows who currently has drops enabled. You mean the if you click on the more link? Wait, there's a more link? I see the about this drop. Let's see. Cult of the Lamb summer drops. Okay. Where it lists whose streams you can view. Oh, okay. I see. Now I see more. Yeah. So like there's these random, there's just random streamers here. Is that everybody inside of the cult? That's not everybody in the Cult of the Lamb category. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're just troubleshooting bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are live right now playing Cult of the Lamb. There's a lot. But there's only a few here that have enabled drops. Cult of the Lamb? Yeah, hey Dream. It's supposed to be Cult of the Lamb. We're playing Troubleshoot of the Lamb right now. Ba. Yeah, they list very specific names that are not even live. I saw your stream when I clicked participating live channels. Wait, what? I'm so confused. All right, well, I guess we'll have to continue forward and try again here in a little bit because it's not happening. Thank you for the contribution. I like how the followers are not hungry. Well, if anyone gets any more information, let me know. I can't stare at this for all night. That's not going to make any sense. Right now, I have no idea how. Hey, loyalist, how are you? All right, let's move forward. Oh, shit, there was another one. Hey, that's a new follower, right? Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Sorry. I acquired a bag of mushrooms. Sorry. All right, I got the ability to build a thing for mushrooms. Sorry. Divine inspiration is unlocked. What does that mean? Something happened on the purple side? What do you mean? Oh, no. We're just trying to figure out stuff. That's all. Oh, we need our temple. You're just not big enough channel, I guess. One day, Kill. One day. One day we'll get there. It's okay. Definitely need some sleeping bags. Do you think you have to restart the stream? Maybe connecting Twitch after restarting the game is causing it to glitch? Maybe. I definitely don't want to restart the stream just to get drops. All right, I think that's all we can do for now. Oh, body pit. Oh, Jesus. Hey, how are you? I'm gonna pet you. That was for you. You enjoy yourself. All right. We can build our temple. Okay, we'll put that, I guess, here for now. That seems like a pretty good hot spot. A body pit. Yeah, yay, body pit. Yay, body pit. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. The temple is in the center of your cult. From there, you will preach sermons to grow stronger and perform rituals to mold the fragile minds of your followers. Thank you for the contribution to the totem. You're responsible for maintaining the faith of your cults. If it falls too low, your followers will descend again. Your followers are ready to hear your words. Show them that you are their great leader. Preach a sermon from within your temple. Roger that. Gone to the creator dashboard, selected enable for the game and drop section. I have. I just don't see Cult of the Lamb as an option. Yeah. I'm gonna say some words. Here we go. Oh. All two of you, come here. I mean, three of you. Shit. What's the word? Scooter. Through the faith of your followers, you grow stronger. Performing sermons will draw power from them and allow you to unlock new abilities, weapons, and curses. Already forgetting. Shush. Followers with a higher loyalty level will generate more devotion. Therefore, the followers you have and the more loyal they are, the quicker you will gain new abilities. Scooter is the word for this one anyway. Not another one. I guess we need this. Permanently gain half a heart. See? Told you I'm not a Grinch. Go forth and spread the word. Scooter! You've already preached a sermon today. Okay. You were amazing to behold, a natural leader. I see why you were chosen. If you're to guide your cult, you will need to declare doctrines so that they might obey you. Return to the lands of the old faith and seek out commandment stone fragments. With these, you will be able to declare new doctrines. Oh boy. I feel like I need to build beds. I think I need beds. How do I do that? What's this? All right, where are you guys gonna sleep? You're gonna sleep. Maybe I don't know, here? I knew it, paperwork. No, listen. You know what, you're gonna go here. And then you're gonna go here. Do I only have enough for two? I need more kerns. Oh no, we need more coins. I have no coins left? Shit. We need to go get more so I can make another bed. You're doing great. Doing great. Return to the lands of the old faith. Okay. I gotta go. We gotta go. Return to the land of the old faith. Do I go to the same one? Does it matter? Requires 3. Okay. I guess it does matter. Thank you, Tika. Same one? Do I still get a bunch of coins? Oh, there's an axe. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, man, it's a heavy weapon, though. Damn. All right. I'm glad I found you. I bring good news. The one who waits is pleased with your progress and wishes to grant you a crown ability. What the hell's a crown ability? Hold to aim? All right. Enemies you slay will now drop fervor. Collect this to replenish your curses. Ew. Devours the righteous anger earned by striking down non-believers and works like ammunition. Okay. So we need to collect it from the deads. Collecting, okay, refuels the curse. Cool. Give me your bones. I want your bones. What's up, dog? Okay, just keep trucking. You Chicago. Is this your first time? I only played a couple of times, and it was when it first came out. So I have not played in quite a long time. Ooh, another tarot. Master of the art or divine curse. Overall weapon damage increased by 1.2, or curses consume 25% less. Hi, Hyper. Hey, how are you? Ooh. Hi. How are you? You think the curse? Okay, let's do it. I'm down. Down. You cannot argue with the draw. One might as well argue with the ocean. Yeah, sure. Whatever the hell you just said. Hey. F off. Oh, shit. You foolishly persist, little lamb. I hear your lies. I smell your fear. The red crown rises again. But what an unworthy bearer it has. You know, these big things are really mean. Like, really, really mean. But there's nicer ways of going about this. Hey, F off. Made it home, how you do? Would you? Okay. Wow. You're invincible for a second, huh? Okay. Get your corn. Give me my corns. All right. Onward. Ooh. No worries, Noki. Gift from below. 10% chance of gaining a heart when killing an enemy. Nice. It's a must. All right, this time. Oh, I don't know what that is. But this time we could go to the follower. What the hell is this thing? What is this one above me? What does that mean? Is that good or bad? The shop? Well, I don't want to spend money, right? It's a merchant? We'll go to the follower. Let's get another follower. Hey, they're trying to sacrifice. Hey. The worm is hungry. It feeds. It partakes of our flesh. That is the price for safety. For that, we gladly give it all we have. Oh, yeah? Big mistake. Oh, you can roll? Okay. Shitbag. You shitbag. Hey, that's our sacrifice. That's right. F off. Oh, look, a fire. Oh, this is cozy. Not today. What's over here? I'll just stay warm. It's fine. Oh, don't cry. Jesus. And they're gone. Thank you for the contribution to the totem. All right. All right, which one? The one with the beats or the one with the cross? Where do we go to now? Food or dad? Go to food? Food? We'll go to food. Ah, berries. Okay. Give me more. We like food. Food good. Might as well make it worth it. Might as well make it worth it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm telling you, there's like hair everywhere. You can also hit it with a weapon to be faster. Interesting. Okay, I'll try that on the next one. Like one of the ones back at the back at our whatever you want to call it. Oh, it's you. The flock is ready for another sermon. I know, but we're busy. Steel devotion. How do I contribute? Channel points. I was gonna say, I think that target's there for a reason. Hey, come here. Shoot a piercing bolt of fire. Hold and release. Oh. Oh, it's the second version of that. Oh. Well, that's rad tad. I dig. Destroy the old one? Oh, it's too late. Shoot. Oh, I could have gotten coins. Ah. So literally, I didn't know you could destroy the old one. I thought I just had to leave it there. Upgrade, people, upgrades. All right, let's go left. Eons ago, these lands were rife with gods and their enemies. What befall the path of the less of the nature of the being forgotten. Maybe they left, they slept, maybe they devoured those. That's great. That's okay. Hundreds now. Okay, that's cool. Pick up commandment stone fragment. Does it matter which one? Or do I get all of them at once? Is this a choice thing? Thank you for the contribution. Oh, you just get them all. Okay. Hi, no. How to use channel points? Bottom left. Found enough fragments to form a commandment stone. Commandment stones are used to declare new doctrines for the cult to follow. Use the altar in your temple to declare a new doctrine whenever you form a new commandment stone. Ah. How do I find the bottom left? Well, you see... God damn it. Oh, shit. I wasn't expecting you to be hopping all nibbly-bibbly from tree to tree. Ooh. Hey, nerd. Nerd. I said nerd. Oh, wow. Okay. I gotta make sure he's on the ground when I do that. Never mind. Oh, I don't have enough to do the thing.
Huh.
And they're gone. It was lovely having you. There's more golden nugs. Choose blueprint, golden nuggets, or berry bush seed. Go for more nugs? Are you thinking more nugs? They seem important. But there's a blueprint this time. Hi, Apple. You like the nugs? Blueprint, maybe. Maybe we go blueprint this time. I'm going nugs next time. God damn it. I guess we can organize it now. Thank God. All right. There's a room over there that we haven't been to. How do we get to that room? It's over here. It's a nice sign. Oh, it's you. Hi, friend. Give an extra half a heart. When hit down to half, all enemies will be dealt 2 damage. Ooh, the death's door sounds pretty handy. Don't want to say I told you so. There's no need for you to say it. I think death's door is where we go on this one. Door. Door. I'm going door. It's too late. We already chose. All right, now let's go up here. We already got that. And now we return. Cleanse the cleanse the non-believers. Damn right we did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Very good, my vessel. It seems I chose well when I kept you from death. I'll be watching your every move. Do not disappoint me. Huh. All right. We do have time. We can go do this. Or I need to do this every day, I think. Let's do a sermon. What's the word? The word for this time is Farfignugan. And don't you forget it. Bonfire ritual. Dance around the flame to increase the cult's faith. Hey, I like it. Do a little dance, make a little love. Should have anointed the new follower first. It's too late. I got excited. Party at Flash is cold. All right, we need 25. What is that? Is that bones? That's why I need bones. Roger that. It won't let me ungreen you. All right, I usually just stay green. Preaching sermons, performing rituals, and providing for the needs of your followers will keep your faith high. The bones of your enemies are required to perform such rituals. Destroy their skeletons to gather their bones. I've been destroying the bones. I mean, the skellies, whatever. Return to the lands of the old faith, gather bones from the fallen. I guess now you can do it. Maybe before I couldn't, but now I can. Perform rituals in the temple. These usually raise faith or help you solve problems in the cult. Eventually, when we get to the point where we're going to have to read all this shit, we'll just be able to kind of truck along. Yennefer, hello. Rituals were performed using the bones of your fallen enemies. After slaying a non-believer, desecrate their bodies to gather their bones. Jesus Christ. All right. We have a new friend. The Mirren. Please spare me. We now have a new follower. If you want to join, now is your chance. If you guys have not already created your character, Make sure you do that because you can't join the raffle until you do. Shun the non-believers. Shun! Make sure you create your character. Take your time with it. Choose wisely. I'll give you guys a minute. The opportunity to join. Cult needs a purple kitty. We have a, what was that? A purple whale looking thingy. Shun. Thank you, Grizzly. I thought I did, but it's not showing option to join. Interesting. Are you on mobile or are you on desktop? The clip was brain rot in high school. Yeah, the purple narwhal. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, called it a whale. You know what I mean? Shut up. Yeah, give it a quick refresh. I'm on mobile. Oh, you should be able, no, you should be able to go to the Companion of the Lamb app or the thingy, go to my follower, create your follower, and then go to join cult. Yeah. Yours worked? Yeah, it should work. It should be fine. Thank you for the contribution. You know what this cult needs? Me. Okay. All right, 10 seconds. Again, there will be plenty of opportunities. Plenty of opportunities. All right. 3, 2, 1. It's Corbs. Corbs, welcome to the cult. One of us. One of us. Hold on, I need a cult sound. What about this one?
One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us.
Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll go to my road. Go over here. Go to this. Okay, go to this. Continue, go there. Choose file. Go to downloads, one of us. Okay. This might be, it might be too loud. I might have to adjust the volume. You guys will have to let me know. Okay. How loud is this?
One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us.
Perfect. Okay. I assume you have drops enabled, right? I do. Yeah. And the Twitch dashboard, I have drops enabled. It's just, I don't have anything for Cult of the Lamb. Perfect. Cool. All right. Every time we get a new follower, now we have a new sound. All right. Let's see. You're petable and you lose 10 faith when falling ill. Man, I have a lot of cult members that need to not get sick. Okay, let's see. Mine, stone, chop trees, worship, or build. Well, let's get you chopping wood as well. Oh, divine inspiration unlocked. Let's see. Farm plot. I feel like farm plot might be a little more important than body pit. I should have another follower. Oh, should I? Yeah, I think this is important. We do have 2 followers. You're right. But hi, friend. All right, we have another one. We're bringing another one. Let's go. Let's go. We have another one. Make sure you join. Me, Roxy, I can't control it. Oh yeah, the music is so good, Dream. I love it, man. It is so good. I can't control it. Irish, hi friend. I can't control it. It just happens. No, it is not lies. I promise. I swears to it. It is not rigged. All right. You guys are going to have 10 seconds. I can't join this one. Weird. I'm good, Irish. How are you? You saying make sure you join triggered my phone assistant. Oh God, I'm sorry. One of us. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Liz, welcome to the cult.
One of us.
One of us. One of us.
One of us.
You don't need to run. You'll be fine. 15% harder to level up. Awesome. Man, my phone looks so. You look awesome though. Are you a mosquito? Or you're gonna worship. Come on, new follower. Shit. We got meat. We got meat. Well, that's a lot of meat though. Food wise, I mean, I could probably make some more. If the join tab isn't populating in mobile, try closing the stream, reopening. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Fancy. One of them skaters. Heard about them damn skaters. All right. Where's the decorations? Oh my goodness. Oh my Lanta. Oh, it's part of the DLC. Oh, that's why there's so much stuff here. Beds. Oh, yeah. You're right. How many beds do I have? 1? I have 2. Okay. 2. How many do I need? 5? Can I see a list of my followers? Followers. There we go. There's 5. Okay. Yeah. Liz, Corbs, Knight, Sawa, and Beast. Okay. There we go. There's our inventory. We got some fish. We got a bunch of stuff. Okay. Oh no, what happened? Why'd that go down? Why are you sleeping here? I have beds for you. Why are they on the ground? Oh, because they're not built. Oh, that would explain. Okay, never mind. Shut up, Irish. Stop it. There. Now they can all sleep in beds. Sorry. Yep, sorry about that. My bad. Hey, you little shit. Hey, it's stealing the lumber. F off, nerd. Little bastard. You see him taking the wood, little shit. All right. Oh, there's a poop. Oh, look, a poop. Unsanitary conditions at your cult will cause your followers to become sick. If a follower becomes sick, assign them to bed rest or they could die. You're bad. That's okay. Resting will allow them to slowly recover. Poop, vomit, and dead bodies cause illness to spread quickly throughout your cult. That's just a life motto. Cleaning messes and burying bodies will prevent the... Okay. So the pit actually doesn't sound like a bad idea now. I can't... Oh, that's right. I can't do anything here. What do you mean you're not joining my cult? It's just a poop. Hey, come here. Time, welcome in. How are you? It's just a poop, man. These spiders need to F off, though. Hey. Dude, why is there so many? Oh, there's the one that had the wood. You little bastard. You can catch the blorbs? Oh, can you really? This thing? Did I just catch it? Okay, we'll try again the next night, I guess. Sneaky little devils. Hi. Great leader, the cult is growing by the day. It is time you gave it a name. What is the name of your cult? Decisions. What are we going to name it? No, we gotta name something different, Rafa. I don't know what. Cult of the Goo. Can't say one of us. That's not the cult name. You can change the name of your cult at any time from the Book of Doctrines in the temple. Not a cult. Cult's name. This is what some people are suggesting. Is it Cult of Goo or Cult of the Goo? Cult of Force? Oh my god. Goo cult. Cult of the Children of the Corn? It might be Cult of the Goo. I think we have to go Cult of the Goo. I think I'm just going to have to accept it. This is what it is. We can change it at any time. Yeah. Accept. Cult of the Goo. That has a nice ring to it. I would agree. Eat. Find a meal and eat. Oh. How's their food doing? They're okay. Cult of the Mist. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, that's for the stone. Never mind. I understand. All right. What do we need to do? We need to kill Leshy and Darkwood. Return to the lands of the old faith. Collect bone. Hi. What? What were you saying about Twitch? Make to pet. Okay. Interact. We'll give you another pet. Seemed like the right thing to do. I know that they enjoyed that. Okay, we're good. All right. So I guess now I go back out and collect more stuff. If there's a toe in your food, take it up with the manager. Take it up with the manager. I should make some food though, yeah? But this does 5. I can do 5. Cook. Right. Eat. It's gonna be a lot of poop. It's gonna be a few. It's gonna be a few couple, but we need it though because they need to eat so they can stay alive. All right. They eat. They do that. Okay, we should be okay. Let's go. The knights who say I guess I go. It said kill Leshy and Darkwood. Petting the follower seems a little condescending. A little bit. Who's a good worshiper? Ooh, Trader's Razor. A fast blade designed for many cuts, low damage, but lightning quick. Invoke a violent eruption of powerful tentacles. Do I choose one or do I get both? Okay, lots of new cult followers. A few couple, you get both? Oh, shit. Don't mind if I do. Tentacles look cool. We're about to find out. Ow, you fuck! You're now cursed. Well, it hurt. What the? Is that thing still here? Thank you for the contribution. What the fuck? Social, thank you for the tier 1. You just came in. Thank you for the follow and the sub. What's up, friend? They look like you this morning? Fair enough. Why is it? Oh, it's like, why is it not doing anything? One of us. Ooh, follower will generate devotion faster. Ooh, interesting. The Binding of Isaac? Yeah. Now, there's some rooms down there that we haven't been to. I think we should sneak a peek. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Fervor's Harvest or Shield of Faith? You're playing it too? Dude, it's so good. Enemies will drop 2 times more fervor or when attacked, 10% chance of negating damage. Did you just kill his squirrel? No. I just said hello. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you later. Okay, what was down in this room that we didn't get to see? Another cat. Death's Door. When hit down. Oh, okay, the 2 times damage. I remember that one. Cool. Said hello with your sword. Exactly. I don't understand what the problem is. It's what everybody does. A very sharp hello. Exactly. Thank you. Ooh, there's a new follower. Let's do it. Another. You have 100 days. That's cool. Hey, stop it. Don't be sad. Oh, bones. Oh, we need to collect bones. We need to collect bones. One of us. One of us. Give me your bones. All right, that's good for now. There's another. Awesome. Inu, thank you for the contribution. I think we're just going to go right to here. Ads, yeah. Yeah, I got to let him run today. Usually we stop, but today we're gonna let him run. Give me your devotions. They're mine. Oh, can you break that statue? Oh, nice. Huh. Gotta go night, good night, Sparkle. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Coming through, excuse me. We got stuff to do. We got places to be. I'm a little snack. Thank you for the 22 months. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, shit. It's all the big dogs. The red crown sits upon the brow of another. But how? We did everything we could do. It matters not. We need not bother Shemru with this. As you command, my sister. Oh my god. Hey, knock it off. Turn. Go ahead. You're going to be a jumping bean. Go ahead. Yeah, we sensed it. We sensed it coming. Hop. Hey, hop. Get those out of the way. Get this guy. Deuces. Punch him. Give me your bones. Give me that. All right, ads are done. Gotcha. Give. We got a lot of bones from that too. We got lots of bones. Edgar skin's hanging off your bones. Dark Angel, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 8 months. Hello, hi friend. Fortune's Blessing or Telescope. Ooh, receive double the health when healing or reveal the map. I kind of want to reveal. I don't think this would be that beneficial, but I kind of just want to reveal the map. Just because. Telescope? I think so. Let's do it. Healing is rare. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. Headed to bed. Good night, Ms. V. Appreciate you. Thank you, friend. Put this way. Oh. No, you don't like little snot. What's the book to the right? It shows the tarot cards. Yeah, it shows the tarot cards. Give me your bones. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, squirrel, you can live. Recycle. I press X on this, right? I want to recycle this. That's a good thing. I can only assume. Yeah. Hey, coins. Okay. Into the big dog. Get out of here. Ouchies. I was out of the way of that. Oh, it's because that thing triggered it. That's why. Now I understand. Recycling is normally good. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a smart thing to do. But what if I want it later? Then it's gone forever. Another tarot. Arachnid deals poison damage to enemies struck or the lover, which is a heart. I think I might want to go with the heart on this one. The heart might not be a bad idea. The poison is nice because it will just continually damage them, but how often am I going to get hit? That's the question. Tis the question. See, no, it's not a forever heart. No, it's temporary. The forever ones are red. The blue's temporary. One hit and it's gone. How are you in life? I think 3 hearts. That'll probably be all right. We'll take the arachnid. Thank you, Araby. Barbados. Definitely need to collect those whatever the burger is called, because that gives me more of those. Oh, the spike still hit me. Damn. I thought maybe because it was underground I'd be all right, but no, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful, SpongeBob. Try and use your crown ability. Yuck. Another. Hey, Star. All right. I think lumber's useless. Stone. Gold nugs. Gold nugs. It's okay, friend. You're safe now. Oh no, we haven't used golden nuggets yet, but I feel like they're going to be useful. I'm going to go golden nugs. It just seems right. Goo nugs. Goo nugs. I guess one more time and then we've opened it. Dino nugs, maybe. Cleanse the non-believers. Yes, yes. 93 bones. Holy mackerel. 93. Oh, it's you again. What do you want? Do not make the mistake of becoming the servant of your followers. They are for you to use to your advantage. Their faith is a resource. Spend it as you would gold. For you can always regain their trust with a well-placed gesture of kindness. Pets. I can pet you guys. Let it empower you. Let it give you license to unspeakable things. Bend them to your will. I grant you the power to read their feeble little minds. I can read your feeble little minds. You've declared a doctrine which has granted you a new follower action. When interacting with followers, this action will be available to you. It's a dark place in there. We're gonna look. We're gonna sneak a peek. Better have some damn good thoughts. Oh, it's night-night time. Night-night. Joke's on you. My head's empty. All right. Do you not have a bed? Wait, what? Why? Why are you here? Are you okay? Boring. Must avoid them in the future. Wait, what? The ground is that good. I don't understand why you're there. You can collect the orbs. All right, I'm gonna wait on the follower until daytime because they're gonna try to sleep. Look at all these scooters. Get out of here, nerds. Why is there so many? Build another bed. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe they don't like that bed. Like, why are you on the ground? All right, you do you, boo-boo. I'll be around cleaning up poops. Ooh. Should make another. Oh yeah, I probably should because we're gonna have 2 new followers, huh? Might as well go ahead and get ahead of the game. Another one there. We'll put another one there. Hi. Yuck, this place is gross. If you don't clean up, someone will get sick. What do you mean? Oh, there's still a bunch of poops. Oh, yeah. My bad. That's definitely my bad. Sorry about that. I was too busy chasing around scooters. Any more poops? Hi. Good night, Goo Man. Did you send that message through chat? What the hell? Yeah, I didn't even know that was a channel point redeem. Farming bundle. Farming station allows followers to water nearby crops. Put seeds here for, oh, that seems important. 2,000, oh, it's 2,000. Yeah, I haven't changed anything. So whatever it is what it is. Upgrade the temple and the shrine. Nice, okay. What is this asking me to do? What does it want me to do? Look at the decorations. Oh, look, there's our sign. I tried it earlier, but I think you left the area. Oh, no. Well, this is cool looking. Look at this guy. Okay. Oh, it was there. It was there. I see it. I see it. Food. Okay. So we have a farmer station, seed silo, and then a farming plot. Okay. So I probably need to grow those, yeah? Yes. One of us. One of us. That's right. That is right. What you do? Why do you have a green exclamation point above your head? I knew you could do it. You truly are divine. Oh yeah, they're hungry, huh? Hi, Night. Praise the mighty goo. Get out of here. Get out of here. That says full. Let's, okay. No, I'm gonna get the new followers right now. No, but I wanted to make sure that they were good. Convert me to your cult. I'll follow your teachings faithfully. You're damn straight you will. All right. Follower raffle. You're up. I too hunger for the word of the goo. Join us.
One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Join the cult. Join, join, join. Never respected authority. That's okay. We forgive you. We forgive. It's okay. It's for the greater good. That's right. Give you guys a few seconds. Get your stuff figured out. If you are just in here for the first time and you have no idea what the hell to do, if you look at the pin message, that will help. But also, if you're on desktop, it should have popped up for you. If you didn't pop up for you, look at the right. You should be able to see that there is a Cult of the Lamb integration attached. Make sure that's enabled. You don't even think you have to actually check for that. On mobile, you go under the stream and you'll see the Companion of the Lamb. All right, 10 seconds. We have 69 people that want to join. Giggity. For the greater goo. That's right. JK, J Crispy, thank you for the follow, man. Saw that earlier. Appreciate you. And Glaze Cult Mayor murders everyone. She's just taking out some of the frustrations. All right, 3, 2, 1. Time. Welcome to the cult.
One of us. One of us.
Hey.
One of us.
Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. Heals 15% faster when sick and in bed rest. Look, you have 2 good things. Hey, let's go. Well, Time, welcome to the cult, friend. Your character looks great. And we are going to have you worshiping. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh. Oh, okay. You do you, boo-boo. There's still more food over here if somebody wants to eat. I don't know if anybody wants to or not. All right, we need perform any ritual in your temple. Do I need to perform a ritual in my temple? Oh. Oh, I have another. Oh no, I should have done the other one. Oh well, it's too late. What is the word for this day? Wait, hold on. Bane weapons? Curse of the Horde. Oh God, which one? Oh God. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I don't know which one is better. Curse of the Horde? You think? I don't know. I don't know. I just work here. I'm new. I don't know. I'm new. Oh, DJ sent you over. Oh, thank you for coming over, Baron. Appreciate it. It does sound kind of cool. Curse of the Oculus. Fervor of the Righteous. Curse of the Tundra. Curse of... There's so many curses. It's more magic. Oh, okay. So one is more weapons based and one is going to be more of the magic based. Left side tends to upgrade your melee weapons, right side magic. I feel like I want to upgrade my weapons. I use the weapon way more than I use the magic. Let's do this one. Always forget it. That's the thing. I'm just rolling around and trying to slice and dice. Thank you, almighty followers. Oh. Hey, Ghoulie, what's up, man? Ah. What is the word of this day? The word of this day is trapezoid. All right, have a good one. Hey, bag. Okay. Doctrinating followers is well and good, but there's so much more you can take from them. Wow. Give them gifts, complete quests, and perform blessings for them, and you'll increase their loyalty to you. Once they're totally loyal to you, they will give you everything. Watch as I show you. You, follower, come back in here. Please explain. It's just a random word of the day every time we do a sermon. Increase the follower's loyalty to level them up, and they'll reward you with devotion and a commandment stone fragment. Oh. Each time a follower levels up, they will generate additional devotion when at a sermon or worshiping at the shrine. Be sure to cultivate their loyalty. To increase their loyalty, you can give a follower a blessing once a day when you interact with them. You can also give them gifts, complete quests for them, perform sermons, and many other actions. The more loyal followers you have, the stronger you'll become. Much to teach you, but I'm old and grow weary. Visit in my house and I'll show you how to harness the true power of the Red Crown. Thank you for the contribution to the totem. Appreciate you, friends. All right, we have another follower. Oh my. We do have another follower. Yes. Leader, if you want to survive here, we're going to need to start farming some food. I know. I'm going to need you to start chilling your shit. All right, here we go. We have another one. Raffle has started. Let's go. Big welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Make sure that you have created your character for the chance to become a cult member. Make sure that you have created your character. This time for sure. You think so? Pets, blessing, gifts. Not bad, right? I feel like I think we have a pretty tight ship here. A lot of perk packages, right? Lots of pets. Lots of pets. I'll give you guys like 20 seconds to join this one. Then we'll get to rocking. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's Monarch, one of us. Welcome to the cult.
One of us. One of us.
Your character looks great. That's a bee. Zealous ignores. Wait, when they preach? Ignores dissent when they preach. Oh, the ones that are trying to cause mayhem. Heals 15% faster when sick and better. Okay, roger that. What about dental? We covered 5%. Yeah. I question the spiders though. So do I. This one, you know, we have a bunch of worshipers. Maybe I add another, like, maybe a builder? I don't know. I can work with that? I think so. Vision 7. The second Flash starts preaching about spaceship taking us to outer space behind Halley's Comet. I'm out of here. But come on! There's nothing to build, oh great leader. I'm aware. Go rest. In due time, little one. Damn. More meat. Thank you. Oh. All right, we need farming stuff. So we need a farming station. Yeah. A farming station, and then we need a farming plot. Put seeds here for your followers to sow. Oh, okay. So let's get this guy. This seems important. Where do we want to do our farming at? Let's do... We need to get rid of those big ass rocks. Let's do it over here for now. Looks good. Oh no. Oh, we can do these though. Would you? All right, let's do that for now. Be sure put the plots inside its range. How do I know if it's in its range? Oh, stop. See you, Beast. Have a good one. I'm just assuming that I put it in the range. I don't know if I did or not. When you place the farmer thing, it has a blue around it. Okay, is it possible to check that after I've already built? Or does it say the range on it? No, it doesn't. Would y'all build faster? Interact. Give blessing. Don't think so? Okay. Enjoy your blessings. Where's Corb's going off all happy as shit? Well, that explains it. To shit. This is why we can't have nice things. What are you? Hey, what are you angry for? Hey. Oh, it does. Look. Oh. Okay, how do I move that shit? How do I move it? It's out of the range. Ah. Poops for blessings. Poops for blessings. Oh, they're happy. They're having a good time. The claw. How do I move you? I think X. I'm pressing X. It's not doing anything. Oh, that's roll. That's to plant something. I think you just have to delete it. How do you delete it though? Oh, go to the build menu. Okay. Edit buildings. Move. Ah, there we go. Good call. There we go. Now we don't have to delete it. There we go. Yay! We're doing stuff and things. Look at that. All of them are watered. You guys done yet? Shit. There we go. Oh god, it's night time. I definitely don't have enough beds, do I? God, I need more coins. I don't have enough coins. Why are you what is the exclamation point complete quest? Oh. You can add poo as fertilizer. Oh, to make it grow faster. Oh, thank you. Hey, get out of here. What the fuck is that? What? Bury that? How do I bury it? How? Plant it? Oh, I have to make another thing? In a grave. What grave? What? How do I make a grave? Oh, the body pit. Oh, God. I don't think we have that ability yet. We do now. Bangarang, Peter. Nope, I don't have enough coins. I don't know what to do with it. We need more corns. I need more corns. It'll just sit there till you're ready? Okay. All right, well, I guess we'll just let it hang out for now. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Oh, wait, why are you glowing? Oh, shit. Sorry, I called y'all out of bed. My bad. That is my bad. Oh, it's the new day anyway. Wake up. Afterlife. Work and worship. Law and order. Possessions. Sustenance. Oh, God. Teach them the true meaning of obedience. Have them proffer both labor and love. Reassure that death is not the end. Instruct them on the... Okay, dude, there's so many. The daily bread. The food. We'll go sustenance. Oh, what the fuck? Another choice? All right. Ritual, fast, or feasting ritual. Perform a ritual at your temple to declare a fast. Followers will not eat or be hungry for 3 days. Unlock the feasting ritual. Throw a grand feast for your followers to refill their hunger and gain 25 faith. You think a fast? The feasting? I think a feasting ritual would be pretty rad. I say we do feasting. Just because fast makes sense, but this just sounds cool. Okay. And sermon. Increase the starting level of weapons when you begin a new crusade. That's nice. Yeah, feast is the way to go. Hey, vampire. I dig it. I dig it. Ah. Rituals. We need 75 bones. 75 bones. Cult of the Goo. Okay. There it is. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Pardon me, come through. Excuse me. Thank you for the contribution to the totem. All right, so I need to go get coins, right? First, I clean up the poo. And you thought running Midnight Society was a pain in the ass. Listen, at least all of these guys can only have one area to poo in. Add some poos to these. There we go. All right, I guess now we go out. Oh, wait. Make a follower farm? What the hell's a follower farm? Oh, yes, Knight, what's up? Great leader, when times are tough, we can cook grass meals. Followers won't like it, but it beats starving. Try it now. Okay. Sure. Oh, I need to give a gift. You're right. Time. You want a gift? You get a gift. What am I going to give you? Interact. Gift. That's for you. Enjoy the flower necklace. And also blessing. There we go. All right, I need to make a grass meal. Grassy gruel. Do I need to, can I just make one? Is that okay? I need to make more food, but make Knight eat grassy gruel. Okay, there we go. We can make different food. We'll make different food. Hey, come here. You want to be a great leader? I'm eternally grateful. I'm eternally grateful. Ugh. Let's do some meat gruel. There we go. There you go. Enjoy the meat, the claw. There you go. Have a good time. Hey, that bird just ate my shit. Hey, asshole. They're eating. What is the Z's on my screen? What is that? Need a scarecrow? I don't think I have. You'll need to assign someone to sleep. Literally make someone go to sleep? Oh, wait. Why are they tired? How do I make them go to bed? Sleep. Okay. Yeah, Liz is tired. Go to bed, Liz. Bye, Ghoulie. Is there a scarecrow? Bye, Michaela. Good night, friend. Appreciate you chilling, friendo. Or is it here? I don't know. I don't know. They're going to keep taking my shit, though. Gotta unlock it. Okay. All right, we'll let them sleep. They're tired for some reason. Now we got to kill the thing. All right, let them sleep. We're just going to go. Max, welcome in. Let's go over here to the Lonely Shack. Get some berries out of it. Some more food, some more seed. There we go. Ninja, thank you for the raid. What's up, dude? Good night, Highland Walrus. Appreciate you. By relieving me of my duties, you have granted me what I desire most, peace. There's everything you need to know. I can pass my days to playing Knucklebones. I have friends on their way to join me for a game or two as we speak. A rowdy bunch to be sure, but now I am retired. I'm free to enjoy myself. Okay. Oh, you finished a game. Nice. All right, let's go inside here. Oh, there's a gift. I see it. You discovered my humble cottage. Be careful you don't make the same mistakes I did, or you'll end up in the place just like this. Perhaps a game of Knucklebones. You don't know it? Why, it's simple. Step up to the table and I will show you. All right, hold on. Give me this. A gift to raise the loyalty of a follower. Oh, okay. Okay. How dare you? Kelsey Marie, thank you for the prime. I mean, a dice game of risk and reward. How to play. Your score is calculated by adding all the dice together. When dice of the same number are placed in the same column, multiply their value. Okay. Not exactly sure what I'm doing. I guess the higher number makes theirs go away. The higher score in the score in the column. Yikes. Same numbers in the column, cancel the other person's. Okay. Yeah, I got 69. The Lamb wins 73-12. Get wrecked, you nerd. Oh. By the one below, you're a natural. Here, you've earned yourself a prize. Hey, we got an extra heart. Let's go. It's fun once you get it. Yeah. Seems pretty rad. They've had a taste of the game. Care to wager some coin? Oh, God. I can do this against you guys? Competitive dad much? What? I just want my kids to be competitive. All right. Well, Twitch chat's up first. You guys vote? How does that work? Oh, shit. Look, be kind. Be kind. Hey, Audible. Oh, God. We just click the row when it's our turn. Oh, okay. It gives you the 3 choices, I guess. Just figured it out. Awesome. Get out of here. bastards. Rude. Fine. Hey, Audible, how are you? You guys are getting good rolls. Give me 5. Oh, lucky dog. Where are you going, hot shot? How's the cult business treating you? Not bad. You know, we're doing very culty things. Mother. Son of a bitch. All right. Go there. Allowing some space. Hey, Anu. Ooh, you just freed that row up for me. Do I do it? No. How do you win this? By getting the most points. Oh, you bastards. You have to get the most points. Yeah. Yeah, you have to get the most points. So you see like ways of knocking each other out, taking away points. Do I want to do that here? Kind of do. Yeah, and once you fill all 9 boxes, then the game is over. Yeah. I get a 4. Give me a 4. That's not a 4. Feels rigged. That was fast. I guess you don't have a choice, do you? Well, shit. That's game over. That's you guys. You wrecked me. My 6s weren't good enough. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's okay. You know what? That's fine. Remember that when I don't feed you guys. Just remember that. Oh shit, I can't leave that way. Again? No, I'm not gonna sit here all day and play that. We have shit to do. GG's, whatever. Fine, it's fine. The nighttime is the right time. Is it now? Don't starve. Except that you guys are gonna starve. Oh my Lanta! Look at this thing. Oh. Special events. And a new follower form. Ooh. Very cool. Upgrade temple and shrine, collect more devotion, allow more followers to pray. We do it. Okay, I keep like disturbing you guys when you're sleeping. It's very unintentional. It's very, very unintentional. No, not you, not you. No. Are you good, homie? Your eyes were white. What the? Alright, so you guys are good. Clean up your poops. That's why you need me in the cult. Where's your poopies? There they are. We need a janitor. So many random poops. Are these ready yet? There we go. Add a poop there. I see you, you little shit. Okay. We'll collect some of these guys. See the eyeballs in the woods? Did that just get... Feed us poop. Not right now. Alright, so you're doing that. You're doing that. You're good. Let's go in here. I can always assign someone to the watering. This is true. I probably should. Gather around, children. Oh, we're one away. Hey, Murphy. Thank you for the contribution to the totem. Give her a spin. Give us a follower. Give us a follower. Oh my God, we got meat again. Bitch. It's very unintentional. Oh, there's a broken bed down there. Tragedy. I keep trying to get a follower out of it. It just won't let me. It won't happen. It won't happen. Got meat? Yeah, a lot of it. A lot of it. All right, so we got that. We got that. Oh, I need this, the pit. I need 10 coins for the body pit. Eating good today. Hey! Coming over here all grinning from ear to ear because you're dropping a deuce in the corner. Get out of here. Does that skull have legs? It might. All right, while they're doing that, I probably should go do the thing, yeah? But here, while they're praying, we will speak, interact, give blessing. Yes, enjoy, enjoy. A level up, AO. Hey. You get blessing. I can't bury the skull. What do you mean? We don't have the ability to do that right now. We have to have the pit, and I don't have the pit because we don't have enough coins, so I have to go get more coins. I gotta go get more corns. Hi, Mel. Yeah, we got a spider skull. Spider skull. Here, godly blood was spilled. Here, did death no longer wish to wait. You get a follower out of it. I know, but that doesn't solve the problem of not being able to do it, though. Yeah. Oh, it's you! Finally, let us end this. I'll be waiting. I'll be awaiting you in my temple. Come, witness true power. true power. All right, I miss you. Bye. All right, Bane Sword. Cool. And Divine Blast knocks back enemies within range while also damaging. Rad. Dark Angel, thank you for the contribution to the totem. Entering the lands of the Bishop Leshy, those who do not allow the ways of the old faith will be destroyed. F you, nerd. Rock. What? What if shit's about to happen when I chop this tree? That's weird. You left the bones? No, I didn't. I got them right there. See? What are you talking about? I didn't leave anything. Vampire, thank you for the follow. Just some free wood. All right. The tree had a face. I was assuming it was going to do some bad shit to us. Hello. Hi. Oh, shit. It's got a bomb. Willard. Thank you for the 39 months. What's up, dude? Oh, my God. How the hell are you? Hey, how are you? 39 months. Hey, did you hear that? You big sack of bones? I'll wait for you to come back out of the ground. Oh, there we go. Always good about you? Doing good? I played this game a couple times when it first came out, but then I didn't play it ever since. Oh, you have a bomb again. I gotta be careful. More bones. There we go. There we go. All right, let's go up. Don't you? Oh, okay. I was curious what that did. Now I know. Quit spitting shit at me. Nerd. There we go. Over here. Get that guy. Right there. All right. I'm going to go back down. New monitor, graphics card, got me all sorts of excited. Hell yeah. That's what I thought. All right, Fortune's Blessing or the Lava. Receive double the health when healing or get that heart. We're going to do double the health. Ellie, thank you for the contribution to the totem. Appreciate you, friend. Potato. Let us roll. Mel, how's your night, friend? Squirrel! Got it. Recently started listening to the soundtrack. Dude, it's so good. The soundtrack is so good. Do you play on curved? A curved monitor? No. The reason I don't play on a curved monitor is because I'm a video editor. So I like my monitors to be straight so that way there's no sort of distortion. Let's do... Ooh, there's a follower this way. Let's go this way. What you fishing for, homie? My love took my heart to the sea. The sea, she took my heart to the sea. 'Tis where my heart will be in her bed at the bottom of the sea. Welcome, Crusader. Take a moment to join me in my search. I look for the heart that once beat in my chest. That is until it was taken by her. I've been sitting here for so many years. Even her face is faded from my mind. Yet I keep searching, always searching. I have a dozen hearts, you see, but none of them are mine. They are yours if you wish to have them, Crusader. They're worthless to me. I care only for the heart that was once mine, so that I might look upon her face one last time. Dude, what the fuck? Like, I can't do anything. All right, ads are about to play, by the way. Just a heads up. Aw. That was sad. Why the fuck? Why is there an angry chicken? Why is there an angry chicken? Is this Family Guy? They're all dead, oh Lord, how could I again? Do you see it in me, the darkness in my soul? I absolve you, join me! Thank you, Master. I like them. I like them. They had a spark about them, you know? I dig it. Cashley, thank you for the 2 mods. Welcome back. Thank you for the sub. Muted, thank you for the contribution to the totem. Right. Onward. Okay, there's this or there's wood. I don't know which one we should do. Spicy chicken for dinner. I know, I'm hungry now. Resources? All right, let's do it. Let's get some wood. Oh, those are just stacks. Kerns, what are you? Yeah, that's a lot. Holy shit. We're up to 102. Have full health of the boss. Yeah, probably smart. Probably smart. Get some resources. Take advantage of that. Yeah. Thank you, Willard. Appreciate you, man. Let's get some wood. That's what she said. Give me your bonds. Yeah. Oh, it's that thing again. Oh, shit. Oh, God. F up. F up. Leave me alone. You bully. Hi, Janelle. Whee. All right, Crusader's Blade or Process Cleaver. I don't know. I kind of feel like I want to go to the Blade. The speed goes down with the Cleaver. I like the speed, man. I kind of dig the speed. We'll go Crusader's Blade. And then we're going to recycle this. Get some kerns. Yeah, I like the speed. I dig. It hits hard. It does hit hard, but again... Hey, kiddo, keep your eyes off my fishies. There ain't enough for the both of us. The best fishing can be found at Pilgrim's Passage. Licorice Tree, thank you for the contribution. I don't know how I feel about this guy. Can I fish? You wouldn't mind if little old me came fishing too, would you? Here, I'll just take these from you. But I can't fish. I want to fish. Hey, Gull. Whatever. Whatever, man. Ow, jeez, you little dick. Your persistence is beginning to annoy me, little lamb. You may think yourself clever, you may think yourself righteous in your service to him, but you should not be trusting of the chained one. It's too late for talk. One such as you deserves no absolution. This will not end well for you. Oh shit, I'm not paying attention. You guys are ruining the idea of me having health, you little assholes. Dick. Hook. Oh, telescope. Nice. I dig it. All right. Nothing else to get here. Chop, chop. Step forward, beast, from the swirling mists, the chaos that surround. Allow me to regard you. You carry the weight of ageless centuries upon such diminutive soldiers. What? What is this? It seems your stature is deceiving. A weapon is not without the hand that wields. To fell enemies, to defend honor, to break chains. Let your crown take the form of one of these works of iron, forged in everlasting fire. May you wield them all, promised liberator. Interesting. Convoke a violent eruption of powerful tentacles. Shoot a piercing bolt of fire, hold and release at the mark to make it explosive. A well-balanced blade dealing moderate damage. Well, shit. Which one do I do? The middle one's like the current one I have. Well, which one's better though? Because you've got these blades. Oh, man. You think the sword? I think Chiba gets the tentacle one. Okay, listen. We do a lot of sword fighting. That is very true. Got the same sword. Shh. You saw nothing. We know what you got? We got coins. That's what we got. We got kerns. I grow tired of your little lamb. Time to put an end to this frivolous masquerade. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, I don't think I want to be near you. Okay. I need to be near it when I do that. Okay. Really what I should do is I should use my sword on that thing and then use this power thing on the collective enemies that are around. music is so good, I know.
Just get out of the way of its little, whatever the hell you want to call that. Spikies, here they come. Oh no? Okay. Thank you for the contribution. Bitch. No, 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 no. No. No, I told you no. Oh, more enemies, okay. Get out of the way. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, got it. Oh shit, that made my shit go sideways. Oh god! Help! Come out of the ground. Again. Got him. Okay. Got him. Hit that guy. Hit that guy. Oh, careful, son, drop. Get out of here. There we go. Got another one. Totem might be full. It might be full. Yeah, that's very true. Just go to the corners. Just get as far away from it as I can. Oh, God. Go to the corner. Just get out of here. Come up out of the ground. There you are. Just about dead. Ouchies, the spikes. There we go. Gotcha. Ew. Heart of heretic. Goo. You've taken the beating heart of a heretic. The red crown can feast upon the heart to unlock new crown abilities. Visit the altar in your temple to unleash the true power of the red crown. Give me all the cards! Oh, we got a Leshy trophy. Yeah, there we go. Damn right. Give me all my coins. And a new follower for him. Nice. Thank you for the contribution. Okay, I guess I can't do anything to that thing. Is there anything else handy here? We got some bones. Better. I deserved all these damn bones. They're mine. They're mine. All right, we're good to go. Defeated. 120 coin. Jesus, dude. Okay. Oh, it's the chain guy again. Unless she fell before you like a grain of sand before a tidal wave. What is a shepherd without a flock? It didn't say the punchline. What the F, dude? What the fuck? Get the followers for the sermon. Okay. Oh, that's right. The chicken guy. I forgot about the chicken guy. That was the punchline. What the? All right. Follower raffle. Let's go. Follower raffle. Let's go. Let's go. Not the chicken guy. Yeah, it's the chicken guy. The really angry one that we converted. Yeah. That guy. Spicy chicken. Yeah. Yeah, make sure you guys have created your character first, though. Make sure you created your character. Not the chicken guy. Yes, the chicken guy. All right. I'll give you like 20 seconds. I'll give you like 20 seconds. This is your chance. I think we have a couple. I think we do have a couple. So when I say your chance, I mean like you have like 2 or 3 chances at this. Doesn't have rabbits. I think you just have to unlock different characters. Ligo. I think you just have to unlock different ones. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. A red. Let's go. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. Oh, you're green. That looks kind of cool. Faithless. You mother. Oh. Your character looks pretty rad, though. I'll give you that. Tend to the farm. Well, that's not attending to the farm. Do you need a bed? Oh, we have hunger. Oh, shit. Let's do these. We'll just make all these. They're starving. They need to eat. Okay. Try, wake up. Go eat. Wait. Let the Twitch chat decide. Wait, let you guys decide what? Oh, I interrupted you. Oh, sorry, but you have a thing. There we go. Yes, go eat. All right, so we have this. Oh, I can probably build the body pit now. That's rad. The scarecrow. There it is. Let's get it. I dig. I dig. Why do you look so happy? Right there. Chuck, is that your message of departure? Good night, everybody. See you, Chuck. Thank you, friend. Okay. So we did this. Harvest time. It is harvest time, but we have another one of these. Research the C4 and the AK. Roger that. We can do better shelter. Put your devotion often. The followers will slack off. Roger that. Roger that. All right, these are red. Wait, why are they red? Send your followers on a holy quest to gather resources. Oh, stone mine, lumber yard, basic decor, tabernacle. Place for the followers who are not worshiping to pray throughout the day and deposit devotion. Just unlearn line. Well, shit, which one do I do? Shelter? All right, let's do it. Jail, we'll get there. We'll definitely do it. Why are they angry? Hey. Quit being pissed off. So we have some more decor. There's that statue. There's that thing. Ah, there we go. Let's wait though. Hold on. Okay. Now, place body pit. Where should we put the body pit? Follow the line on the bottom by the body hole in the upgrade screen. Okay. In a corner. All right. Maybe we put the body pit over here. Is it just one? Or is it one per body you bury? It'll be used once you... Oh, one per body. Okay. So only use it when necessary. Okay. Hey, and there's supposed to be somebody tending to the farm. Hey, you! One per body. Okay. Over there taking a dump. Yeah, we're gonna bury the Spidey. You just went over there and took a crap over there next to the body corner, didn't you? You've unlocked penitence mode when starting a new game. What does that mean? Whatever. We just unlocked like 10 different. Oh, okay. Weber? I need somewhere to sleep. Okay. Okay. Upgrade to a more stable shelter, which will collapse less often. Oh. I understand. I understand what this does. Okay. For now, I'm just going to do that. I need more beds, though. We need more beds. I thought that would just buy a new bed. It did not. There we go. Needy followers. Look, what is this? What is happening over here? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't like to stare at your own shit. Sick bastards. Yeah, I know I interrupted them. So would you all stop taking dumps? Good Lord. Son of a bitch. Okay, can I assign Weber to something? They're all taking dumps. Hey. Work. Tend the farm. There we go. They were all at Taco Bell. Are they? Oh, okay. No, that's what we're doing. All right. I don't want to interrupt them because they're chit-chatting. The body pit was not used. Well, it was used, but then it looks like it was freed up because it came out of it. They're dancing. They're also dancing. All right. Visit Pilgrim's Passage. Unlock a crown ability from the altar in the temple. We need to go to the temple. Thank you, Ellie. Oh, we have a sermon to do. Shit. Pretty sure you can do it once a day, right? They're doing the happy poo-poo dance. Is that why they poop so much? Twitch tome's full. No, I just used it. All right, we have that. What is this? Resummon a weapon or curse, but its level will be reduced by 1. Only works in the entrance room. Vampiric weapons have a chance to heal the wielder using the life force of a slain foe. Ooh. 3 new curses will appear on your crusades. The question is, do I go up here or do I unlock that one? I think 3 new curses might be kind of cool. That might be the way to go. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. Vampire. We'll do the vampire on the next one. All right, resurrection. When killed on a crusade run for the first time, sacrifice a follower to be resurrected. Once per crusade, eat a whatever to receive a heart. Okay. Focus while on a crusade to run to instantly return. Wait. Focus whilst on a crusade run to instantly return to the base. Oh. Deceive a diseased heart at the beginning of each crusade run. Ooh, the choices. Ooh, the choices. The ability to instantly return to the base might be a good one to have. To leave a run without finishing the boss fight. I think that's what we need. Hunger's good too. You've unlocked a new crown ability. Focus while on a crusade run to instantly return to the base. Awesome. Sweet. Thank you, followers. What did we want to do? Hey, we got a new follower. Let's go. It's about time. Nice. Please spare me. All right, another raffle. Yay. If you are not already a part of the cult, this is your chance. Let's go. Let's go. Make sure your character is complete. Make sure the character is complete and then you can do it. Yeah. Also think of a free ritual. Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Do. So you can, oh, the feast. Oh yeah, the feast. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's end it. Derp, hey, look at you. One of us.
One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
You are going to mine stone? What? What are you angry about? Are you mad? Do you need pets? Can I give you a gift? I'm gonna give you a big gift. Num-nums. And then we give you a blessing. There you are. Enjoy your blessing. Do you also want a blessing? Don't you guys feel left out or not? Okay. Visit Pilgrim's Passage. Okay, this still hasn't been tended to. I think I'm bad at mining. Well, you're dancing right now. So. Ooh, a demonic summoning circle. Possesses a follower with the spirit of a demon so they can join you in the next crusade. Ew. Vampire, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the sub, friend. Need a seed box in order to assign a follower to the farm. Ah, got you, got you. All right. Which one of these should I do? Basic decorations. There's the lumberyard, the stone mine, missionary. Choices. Lumberyard. Think so? Send your followers on a holy quest to gather resources. That is if they make it back alive. That seems dicey. I think lumber. Let's do lumber. I like that. Thank you again for the sub, friend. Appreciate it. I dig. Okay. Thank you for contributing to the totem, Percy. Okay, so we did that. Yes. Are there any poops? That one. So we need a seed box. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Or seed silo. Sorry. Does it matter where it is? I guess we just put it within range of this. Here, we'll put it. Does it matter? I mean, I assume it has to be within range. Not inside the big square. So don't put it in here. Oh, okay. So just somewhere else. Well, shit. I'll put it over here then. The range is for the watering of the plots. Okay. Go faster. I hear, I see, I do. I don't know what that means. Hey Gong, welcome in. How are you? Prevents birds from stealing the seeds from farm plots within range. I have 56 coins. Is the scarecrow worth it right now? You think so? You're doing a happy dance? Hi. Work. 10 farm. Are they nocturnal? Yeah. It does appear to be that way. And why are you on the ground, Derp? There's a bed here. There's multiple beds here. Oh, because you don't have your own bed. I got you, homie. I got you, homie. Might need to do level 2 to assign people. I got you. I belong here. Okay. Here, I'll do it. It's fine. I'll do it myself. They can't harvest the plants yet. Okay, so that's something they can do later. Gotcha. So when they tend to the farm then, does that mean that they only, like, is the only thing that they can do, like, water, or can they plant seeds as well? Because I imagine that's what this is for. So they can plant seeds. They can plant and water. Okay, and then I harvest. Hi! I don't know about this. If you're truly a great leader, wouldn't this place look nicer? Wow! Eat shit, dude. I'm gonna go find you some shit to eat. Should this place look nicer? Listen here, dirtbag. Sorry, not all of us are interior decorators, Weber. Bodied by Webster. I know. What a jerkhole. What an absolute jerk. Curse of the Oculus. 3 new curtain. Jeez, 3 more? Increase the total amount of you can hold. Okay, that's not bad. Can you upgrade the altar? Like upgrade? I don't know. Great question. I like this one. The weapons. I dig it. I dig it. Thank you, friends. Okay, so there we go. Look, Derp's. Oh, look, you put your little farming hat on. Look at you. That's great. Got a little farming hat. I love it. Okay. Build 3 decorations. Okay. Well, let's see. Sun protection is very important. I would have to agree. The Eternal Flame. It's kind of cool. Look at some of these. Small pagoda. You got a hanging lantern. These are kind of cool, though. Like this guy. Like one of those guys there. Put another one like there. It's pretty cool. Okay. Gem of Gore? What do I need for that? What the hell is that? $100 coins. Lamb of Gold. Jeez. Need a converter? Okay. Flag of the Old Faith. Here we do one of these guys. Do one of these guys. Make it look a little nicer, huh? So we got that building there. We got that going there. What I can do is I can put one of those there. Okay. Just for some more decor. Uh-huh. And then we'll do Weeping Shrine, a shrine in the memory of, okay. Just because I'll move it later, we're gonna put it there. Empyrean Soul, what's up, friend? I need food. Let's see. Fish? There we go. Okay. That ought to do it. Good night, Inu. I help. I help. Got a baby in the game. That's cool. What is the objective of this game? The objective of this game is to have a cult and to grow your cult. And the cool part about it is that it has a Twitch integration. So you guys actually have the ability, these, like, you can see the names. It's people from Twitch chat. You're going over here to poop, aren't you? You're going over here to poop, aren't you? What the hell's... Glowing fertilizer. Why was there shit glowing? I completed somebody's quest. Where are they? Holy shit. Weber sleeps during the day, yeah. Oh, okay. When Weber okay, at nighttime we can talk to Weber again. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, there's more food there. I don't know who's hungry. So they're all around the damn totem. We'll do this one next. Why are you collecting it? I'm sorry, you see glowing turds. You're telling me you're not going to pick them up? Worst headaches. I'm going to try to get some rest. I'm sorry, so I hope you feel better. I'm so sorry. Yeah, headaches and migraines are the worst, man. Absolute worst. That's the converter? The refinery? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I see. All right. Well, we can't collect the reward from Weber. Not right now. I think I might go visit Pilgrim's Passage. There we go. Are you liking it? It's pretty cool. It is pretty freaking rad. Like when it first came out, we played it just a little bit, but then we didn't play anymore after that. I kind of wish I did. Lord knows how far we'd be along by now. The hell are you? Buy follower form? Unlock follower forms? What? Oh, it's part of a special event. Oh, these are DLC. So I'm assuming you guys have access to all these when you go to create the followers, right? Hi, Sog. You guys had access to all these, right? When you were creating your followers? Whatever you've unlocked. Okay, so we have these we need to get. A little crab in there. I see some stuff in there. Yeah. You can buy it. Oh, for 10 coins you can. I guess that's not bad. Chop. Give. Good night, Silver. Oh, there's the fishing guy. The guy that makes a sound. Just standing there. I think I'm going to fish for you. Fine, I'll do it, you jerk. We're going fishing. Look at that little guy. Fishies. Listen, perhaps we can help one another. I happen to have caught some extremely valuable treasure in my time. Things that a fisherman like me has no use for, but to you, well, you look at valuable things. Below these waves lurk some of the hardest to catch beasts ever lived. I've been trying for years. You can snag on these treasures are yours. Catch a crab, a lobster, an octopus, and a squid. Enemies have a chance to drop a fish. Hey, that's cool. Thank you for the contribute. The contribute. Thank you for contributing to the totem. Here, little fishies. What are those? New follower form. Rad. New follower form. Rad. Still get followers when you play by yourself, right? Like, I don't have to stream to play this. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, it just obviously won't be people that are connected to chat if you're not streaming. But I'm pretty sure that you can. More fishies. I'm just doing this a few times. We're not going to do it a ton. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Honey Deuce, thank you for the resub for 10 months. Hello. All right, one more time. Nailed it. Catch the big fish. How do I catch the big fish? Do I just keep going until I find the one he's talking about? Or you mean the one that's in the water that's right there in front of me? Oh, there's a big one. We can be fish now. Look at that big guy. I got the big fish. It wasn't it. You made a cult of bunnies. There you go. Sinister, thank you for gifting a sub to Arrow B. Thank you, friend. Whatever he's looking for. Oh, shit. We got to get back. All right. It was fun. I got to go. Cult of the Goo. Okay. Wise beasts on the ground. I guess that's a bit better. Wow, dude. What a piece of trash. You live there. Why are you over here? Do some of them just like sleeping on the ground? Has popped out something special thanks to Twitch chat. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Why is there 37? Rainbow fertilizer. Did you guys make all of them poop? No, their bed seems okay. Why is there so many turds? Just the rainbow poop? There's so many though. Like so many poops. Because you fed them. Yeah, but they're... I guess that's true. We're not feeding them anymore. That's it. That's final. That's final. Yo, fam, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime for 3 months, Fran. Appreciate you. All right, let's get this new follower in. Follower raffle. Here we go. Hey, what up, Crimson? As a dad, you'd think you know how this works. Listen, I don't judge. Okay? I voted to clean up. Everyone else wanted the rainbow poop. Well, listen, rainbow poop's kind of cool. I gotta admit. Wait till I fertilize with it. Song, they're giving me rainbow poops. All right, I'll give you guys like 20 or 30 seconds and then we will raffle off. Rainbow poops. Get out of here. Get out of here. B-Town, what's up, dude? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Just got done cleaning up all my cult members' crap. Is it because I'm on mobile? Maybe. Maybe you have to have the companion of the whatever to get it. Jazzy! Welcome!
One of us. One of us. One of us.
Wait.
One of us.
Gain 10 faith when falling ill. Why is it a turd? Why is it a turd? Wait, why do you have a sad little Twitch face? What was that? All right, so you're farming. That's good, good, good. Jazzy, welcome in. All right. Oh, there's more rainbow poop. Can I fertilize with the rainbow poop? those are all. I guess we'll pick these. Give. Plant this. Water. Fertilizer. Rainbow poop. Oh, it's instant. Oh, shit. Might need a new bed for the new guy. Yeah, I think so. Let's go ahead and do that now. We'll lay down 3. We'll lay down 3. Oh, look, Jazzy, you're an elderly citizen. Look at you. Aw. Jazzy, I don't know how long elders last in this game, but you're an elderly victim. But you're not taken away. Give blessing, eat, give gift, pet follower. You want pets? Or I'll give you a blessing. Are good sacrifices? Roger that.
Ooh.
Level up, hey, let's go. Long day pack crowd. No worries, I appreciate you, man. Down to be sacrificed. Okay. Listen, as long as you agree to it, that's what matters. All right. Refinery. That's a lot of shit. An outhouse. Give your followers somewhere to relieve themselves. Hey, somewhere you guys can drop a poo up. Ritual and sermon? Yeah, I think so. Wait, ritual then sermon? I don't have a ritual though. Or you mean, oh, you mean to do the feast? But the outhouse doesn't clean itself. Yeah, but I could probably make one of the followers do that, right? Free food and faith. That's our motto here at the Cult of Goo. Need a janitor, that's right. Okay. So we have that. There's this one, which I don't know if I care too much about. Permanently gain half a heart. That seems pretty important. Nice. There's a lot happening at one time. So that's on cooldown. Okay. So those go on cooldown. Okay, understood. But now we have the crown. One of us. Okay. So we can do something new. Afterlife, work and worship, law and order, possessions, or go to level 2 of the sustenance. Have them proffer both labor and love. Teach them the true meaning of obedience. Law and order. Reassure that death is not the end. Afterlife. Afterlife. The necessity of sacrifice or the comfort of the afterlife. All right. Belief and sacrifice trait. All cult members will gain the belief and sacrifice trait, plus 20 faith when another cult member is sacrificed, or belief in afterlife. All cult members will gain the belief in afterlife trait, only lose -5 faith when a follower dies instead of -20. Yeah. Protection for whenever, stuff has to go down and we have to show them what's up. You've declared a doctrine which is imbued by the followers of the trait. Oh, this trait will be applied to all new members of the call by the events. Yeah. That way you can revive them with the rituals. Exactly. I'm collecting a lot of stuff. There it is. Bang, bang. Man, on a roll. On a roll. No, Weber, wake up. You can go back to bed in a second. Okay, now go to bed. Thank you for the contributions to the totem. One of a. All right, we're full up on food, all that jazz. Okay. Let's roll around and make sure that there's no poops. Make sure there's no hiding poops. Ooh, we put some seeds in here. There we go. All right, I think we're good. I think I even added extra beds just in case we get new followers. Can you build the mines yet? Oh, I don't know. I can build the refinery. This, I need more coins. I'm very close. Praise be the goo. I'm really close to this. If I go out there one time, I'll probably get enough coins. You can use the refinery to make coins. Wait, what? Yeah, but then I have to spend coins. How much is the refinery? That's 20. It's 20. Refinery to turn nuggets into gold? Ah, fuck it. Where am I putting you? We're going to put you over here. More advanced structures require consecrated resources. Okay. I made up a base resources. Unlock and build the refinery to be able to concentrate resources. Queue up. Okay, cool. You can tell there's poos with the bubble icon in the left corner that has a germ symbol. If it's full, there's no poo. Oh, okay. I got you. Thank you. That's a good thing to notice. Okay. So this was the stone block. Ah. Understood. Totally just blew past that cult message. Wait, what happened? What did you say? Leader, my frail mortal form requires rest. Happy culting. Good night. Oh, Derp, thank you, friend. Oh, what are you doing? Assign peeps to the refinery. Okay. Work. Refine materials. We need someone else to be in the refinery. Aaron! Aaron! I don't care. Be pissed. I have a job for you. You're fine. What's that noise? Pretty sure one can be there at a time. Okay. Just replace that person. All right, Aaron, that's your job now. Did you go over here to poop? Where are you going? Or are you putting materials away? No, the germ thing's full. We're fine. We're fine. That's full. We can add fertilizer to these. Also rainbow poop it. Put me in, coach. All right. So now I assume we go back out. Because I need more coins. Actually, wait, it's making coins. Do I need to go collect them? The chest. $34. Okay, now I think we can build it. There's fertilizer box as well. Wait, what? Like I can make a fertilizer box. So now I can make one of these. Is it worth making the stone mine or the lumber yard? Like which one first, I mean? Level 2 farm has a fertilizer box. Gotcha. Gotcha. Stone? I'm assuming that the stone is just more useful or it's just harder to find. On a coin flip. We'll do stone. We'll put that over here too. Put you for now. We'll just put you here. Oh, hi. Please don't judge me, but I've always wanted to eat a meal made of poop. Will you help me satisfy this dark desire? I guess. Monarch ate some poop. Yeah, they asked for it. What do you mean? It made a sad face because you ate turds, but you were the one that asked for the turds. Inspiring sermon from our glorious leader. Oh, shucks. You stop. Stop. Get out of here. Get out of here. Stupid spooters. Stupid spooters. F off. Okay. Do we have any more poops or anything? I think I've been doing a pretty good job of making sure this has been cleaned up. Asked to eat a poo. Gets to eat poo. Complains about eating poo. Right? Oh, I can actually see you in there mining. Oh, that's cool. I was like, what the hell's that noise? Oh, it's him. Totem contribution. All right. Outhouse. Healing bay. Janitor station. High Apocrypha. I know. I probably shouldn't be. Ability that allows followers to clean up their own mess. Give your followers somewhere to relieve themselves. A station to heal sick followers. See, Astrock. Well, I'm assuming I want the healing bay before I want like the poo shack. Fertilizer silo. Put fertilizer here for your followers to use on the farm plot. Oh, okay, that's nice. Crypt. Jesus. Let's do the healing bay. Seems more useful. seems pretty useful. Come here. Stupid spooters. Okay, where is it? Oh, it's that one. Okay. So we need 20 coins. Thank you. Hey, there we go. Saves the bodies from rotting. There we go. There's so many little tricks. So many little tricks of the trade to learn. Dun, 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 dun. The fuck was that noise? Why do y'all have to explode out of bed like that? Damn. Destroying all their beds. Sometimes you just gotta explode out of bed. Yeah, but they're like not even taking a poo up. Fertilizer silo makes auto farming easier. Janitor means you don't have to clean up yourself. Outhouse means they have a place to poo, which will reduce sickness caused by seeing random poo. It's really based on the needs. Okay. Press the heavy attack button to perform a heavy attack. Each weapon has its own unique move. Cool. Necromantic weapons have a chance to summon dangerous ghosts from dead enemies that attack nearby foes. They will appear on your crusades. That's kind of cool. Well, I kind of like that one. Going for it. I like it. That seems badass. Might have some ghosts that are going to be on their side. I like it. All hail. Alright, so that's going. So someone's gonna come back, they'll work on that. As for this, so the way that we get the farm, hello old person. So the way that we need the farming to automate, what did we say that we needed? Because we have the farming station, but you said it might need to be an upgraded farming station. How do you upgrade it? All materials were refined thanks to Twitch chat. Hey, thank you. It's later. Okay, so it's not something now. Well, thank you for the refining. No, just place the silo. Okay. There we go. Got some more kerns. Ooh, I need one more coin. One more coin. Peasy, what's up, dude? We helped. I appreciate it. Hi. Just want to say hello. Oh, hi. Hey, how are you? Do the wood next. Yeah, I gotta get another coin. Look at you, you old happy heart. I'm too old and frail, great leader. I have but a few days left. Hi, DJ. pet them. We pet them. You made a thingy? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure I know what that means. Come here, Corbs. Oh, you're talking to them. Okay. I'm assuming you did all the watering and stuff? Yes, you did. Here, we'll add some poops. We'll add some poops. I got you, homie. Oh, the character thingy. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I think we're good to go. It'd be nice to get one more coin, but I don't think it's possible right now that I know of. Blessed be the goo. Hey, what's up, Soul? See the TikTok videos on fast mode. No, I finally found you. Welcome in, dude. On Wednesdays, we play different games. So today, playing Cult of the Lamb. But Friday, we'll be right back to our normal scheduled programming. More Fashmers. All right, I think now we go. I'm going to feed them a little bit first, though. All right. They eat, I go. Wait a minute. Go back. Animal Crossing vibes? Oh, it's a little different than Animal Crossing, that's for sure. There's a poop somewhere. I know there is. Any drops? No, so we couldn't figure out how to get it to work. I wanted to do it. We tried. We tried our little hearts out, but couldn't figure it out. You poisoned them. I poisoned who? All the people I just fed? Hi. Hide necklace? Wait, why would I hide the necklace? Oh, I fed them all poo. I didn't mean to. Well, no, I didn't feed them poo. It was grassy gruel. Yeah. All right, how much do I need for the bay? 5 of those. Hey, Frosty, how are you? Should work the wood. Yeah. There we go. More stuff and things. Ooh, I have enough. But if I do the lumberyard, then I don't have enough for the healing bay. Doing good. If I do the lumberyard, then the healing bay is a no-go. Decisions. Ooh. Thank you, Fishy Buns. Now I can do a janitor station or an outhouse. So the janitor station is the one allows them to clean up their own mess, and while the outhouse is an outhouse. So they're poo ops. Or I can get one of the ones down here. Send your followers on a holy quest. I don't know if I care about that right now. Missionary's good. You think so? Yeah, let's do it. It's down here. We might as well do it. Then it also unlocks this. The demonic summoning circle, which is kind of cool. Hi. Rumor has it that Toad is a spy sent by an enemy cult to undermine your great power. You should go speak with them and see what they have to say for themselves. Okay. Time? What a beautiful day in paradise. I might say you look extra glorious today. Made a new friend. Continues to grow. Build an outhouse so I can poop in peace. I don't see anything here that looks sus. I don't know if that's exactly how you do it or not, but it seemed right. Beds are good. Any more poopies? Yep. There we go. I think we're all poopied out. Did that take that long just for one? I have two. The person could die. Wait, one person could die. Oh, the people I send out there for stuff. Oh. I got you. I got you. All right. I think we're okay for me to go out there on another adventure. I think so. Let's make 3. Uh-oh. Maybe I wait because it's nighttime. First wedding anniversary Sunday. Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Talk to them to finish the quest. Wake up. There we go. Good, look at you working away, Weber. Love it. Love it. All right, I'll leave those here. That's good to go. They've all got beds. Everyone seems to be okay. All right. Now you murder. Now we murder. All right. They're all going to come over here for a sec. Wake up for a second. Okay. All right, good night. Now they worship in their sleep. Oh, what the fuck? Tentacles will strike out in 4 directions. Holy shit. How do you get the followers? You gotta find them. Love how they just grow from the ground to help and go back into the ground. I know. All right, let's rock. There they are. What's up, homie? What's up, homie? What's up, homie? See these sleep or sheep? One of the two. All right. Good enough for now. We keep moving. Oh shit! Killer toads! Why not both? can have sheep and sleep. Some people count those. What is this? Ah, mushroom flag. The thing I've been searching for. Guitar, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it, friend. Give me stuff. Give me things. Give me stuff. Give me things. Isn't counting sleep to sheep the same as worshiping sheep? Wait, what? Oh, counting sheep. Oh, yeah, a little bit. What the? Make offering? The statue of the beast desires gold. I'm confused. Paid 20 to get 30. I think it's random. Thank you for contributing to the totem. Okay, so do I go again or just run away? Doc, why are you still awake? I hereby make an offering to Bezos to feed our gaming overlord. What's the worst that could happen? Lose all my shit? Maybe? Not back to work yet. Oh, gotcha. Well, thank you, Mr. Doc. 31 months. Holy hell. That is a snake. Wait. Guys, make sure you're following my amazing friends. Mr. Doc. I got a... Oh, yeah, I got a show. Oh. It was worth it. I had to go for it. Recharging? I have 50 still. That's okay. Kill it? I can't. It won't let me. You jerk. That's fine. I'm gonna kill frogs now because of you. You did this? This is all their fault. Come back once it's been charged. Let's go down here. Tero. Reveal the map. Damages everything on screen when hit. Map. Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather know where the map is too. Snail. Such a late map reveal, though. Yeah, that's okay. It's no biggie, Smalls. Hey, still got 15 corns anyway. I think I just missed a snail. What is that? So there's a follower. What the hell is this? What is this one? Tarot card? Is that a tarot card? If that's a tarot card, I'm not going for it. New card. Go follower. We have priorities here. Oh, you're stuck in some goo on the tree there, friend. Please accept our sacrifice. Oh no! Leave him alone! You bullies! It's like hoarding zombies. Don't make me hurt the snail, I'll do it. Got him. We're gonna shit. They're gonna fire stuff at me, I think. Is that what that guy is? What the hell? How'd you dodge that? George, come on, man. How many of you are there? Finally. Freaking deserved. All those waves just to get a follower. Get all the bones. Hi. It's funny though. I think it was the red. It was like 4 waves. I think that's why I see 4 dots on the ground there. The waves like the totem on the bottom of the tree. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that the first one was red. Night, Misfortune. Give me. Give. Pathetic, sniveling, vile puppet to the red crown. You have felled the youngest of us. We're the bishops of all faiths. We protect against heresies such as yours. We are the guardians of the true word. We shall not tolerate such blasphemy. Your sins are many, and for their loyal followers must suffer. They shall starve. Hey! You feed them, you little shit. They're starving. Oh God. Do I go back now, you think? Should I go back now? Because I can. I have the ability to. Trying to starve my followers. Little shit. Little shit. Come eat. Eat. All right, Knight's going over there to eat. Good, good, good. They're not going to starve. All is fine. It's fine. They're not going to starve. Hey, a stone pillar. There's so many things for decor. I gotta clean the poops and then I'll get the follower. Rotato, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You. Damn. Roll. Fix. Devoted fertilizer. What the hell does that mean? Some devoted poops? Sure, whatever that means. Even our crab is following. Alright, they can water. That's fine. They can do all that stuff. But let's get this follower. It makes holy ground. Ayo. Umbra, how are you? All right, raffle. Oh, raffle. Oh man, this might be our last. This might be our last one of the night. Let's get late. Devoted pooper, holy shit. Ayo. It's 1 in the morning. I have a long ass day of filming tomorrow. Long day of filming tomorrow. We go bright and early. One of us. All right. You have 10 seconds on this one. You have 10 seconds. We will play this game again. I just have to figure out when. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zelda, welcome in. One of us.
One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us.
Your character looks really cool. Chop trees, worship, refine. You know what? I'm gonna set you on that for now. Hold on. Lumber. Lumber. There we go. No. I'm trying to help. Build the hut. I know. I wanted to get the wood thing going though. I need to check and see how much gold I have. $32. Do I have enough for the healing? I do. Let's put this. That's all the working stuff over there. No, we have the farming there. Might put the healing down here. Hey, Cash. I know. I won't be for very long. You know what? Just because, just to fill this space out a little bit. Put it over here. Why? I don't know. It's fine. I'll do it myself, you shits. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. Hi. I just want to say hello. Hi. See, look, you get everybody over here, and then what you do is, then you do a blessing, and it does it to all of them. Bang. Bang. I know I interrupted you. Do you have a favorite part of the game so far? One of my favorite parts of the game, honestly, is the sounds. The sounds and the soundtrack are so freaking good. Got some hoops. It ain't rainbow poop, but it'll do. It's fine. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Now we've got wood, stone, ways to convert. Just got another one. Rolling, man. Freaking rolling. Send 2 followers on Holy Quest at once. Followers will have a higher likelihood of success. Complete their mission. Oh, yeah. Have a lo-fi channel on YouTube. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I would definitely check that out. Oh, no. Jazzy. Oh, no. Oh no, Jazzy. A follower has died. Corpses are not good sanitation. Okay. Need to bury them. Okay. Of course, that is a lot of meat to go to waste. Harvest meat. Do I harvest the meat? It's not worth it. Okay. I gotcha. I'm so angry you're dead. Oh, it makes me mad. I'm so mad. But look, we already had a burial for you here. Here lies Jazzy. Exhumed body? Oh, you can't bring them back if you harvest. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Can't you resurrect with the one power you have? Yeah, but I don't know how. Or how that resurrection thing works. Assign somebody? Unavailable. Why is everybody unavailable? Follower does not need... Oh, if you need healing, I can assign you to the thing. Okay. That makes sense. I can also I can turn them into gold. That's pretty cool. Gather, childrens. Gather. All right, everyone, back to work. Okay. Structure's only built once, So this one. So we need 40 coins for that one. We need 80 coins for that one. Who's always sleeping down there? Oh, it's Weber. It's a spider. So they sleep during the day. So look, now it's nighttime, so they wake up. Hey, Cosmic. No, you're good, friend. It's all good. How the heck are you? Oh. Night owl. Yeah. No, it's a night spider. Yes, Weber. What's up? Oh, hi. Great to see you. Hey. I gave you my blessings. And Spider Servant, of course. Died. Cult member died. Death is not the end. I am not sad. Quite an interesting thought. Yeah, in the horror game tonight. I did not play it seriously. Oh my god. Not sad. They know that death is not the end. They know that death is not the end. So it's fine. We need to save. Death is only the beginning. All right. Guys, I think we're going to call it there for tonight. We have no more followers like to bring in and give whatever to, but we're definitely going to play again. I mean, look how far we've come just in tonight alone. It's fair. I think so too. We have a lot of shit that we can do. There's a bunch of decorations we can build. Ooh, new flooring. Oh, that's kind of cool. Build a pig head? What the fuck? Remember the goo. That's right. Cult of the goo. Okay. Cult of the goo. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to play more for sure. Yeah, we have so much fun stuff that we can do. One of us. All right. Let us close it out. But guys, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for playing. If you joined the cult, welcome. One of us. One of us. There, do the thing. Okay. All right. Let us find somewhere to go. Thank you for hanging out with me today, friends. I appreciate you. New game. It looks fun. Dude, it's really cool. Yeah, see, look, you still made it here. That's what matters. That's what matters. All right. I need to get sleep because, again, it is going to be a long day. Good night, Court. I existed today. But Friday, we'll be back with more Phasmo. Why am I getting recommended animals and wildlife? What? What is this shit? What are these recommendations for me right now? How do I say no to an entire category? What is this? Gotta improve my call to mission essays. Because no, listen, animals and wildlife, Roblox, cooking and food, card and board games, wrestling. Like, these are the things that are at the, when I go to twitch.tv, that's what first shows up for me. Now it says live channels. What do you think you'll like? What the fuck? Twitch was freaking out. All right, we're good. I don't know what command was just tried to be created that did not work. Song, did you try to do a goo command? Song. Clay's live. I know. You know, I see, but yeah, I rated Clay last time. Gotta spread the love, friend. Gotta spread the love. Wop, wop, wop. Oh, my Lanta. Nope, still messed up. Nope, still not right. We're going to get there. We're going to get there one of these days. Command is still not correct. Oh, Song, you're such a song. Hey, he's trying real hard, and we appreciate him for it. Close enough? I think so. Yeah, I think so. All right. Let us go raid. Again, thank you, friends. Appreciate you. Yeah, we can fix it if we can fix it for you if we need to, Song. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, Thomas, it's not going to let you post links, friend. That might be why it tried to grab you. The new trailer for release of GT. No, I haven't. No, I has not. I'll have to take a look. All right. We're going to go over here. So, friends, there we go. Now the goo command's working. All right. If you are not subbed, there's a raid command for you. If you are subbed, there's one. Creepy little tier 3s. That's for you. We are going to go this time. I hate seeing the knock command. That's so dumb. I hate it. I have it turned off, but I can still see it on other streams. No goo raid. Listen, it's confusing going in with a goo raid, okay? We're going to go say hi to Gremmy. Mr. Gremmy is playing Elden Ring right now. He's been going for like 4.5 hours. I don't know how long Gremmy's planning on playing for. I do not know. But thank you guys for chilling with me. Thank you for the bits, and thank you for the subs and the follows and the chills and the raids. Live again on Friday. More Phasmophobia. Not exactly sure what my plan is. I'm very, very close to level 100. I'm very close to level 100. So once we get there, probably the stream after that, we will prestige. Because there's no point in holding on to it. I mean, yes. I mean, there's probably like a stream that I'll hold on to all the tier 3 stuff. And then we'll do it that way. But thank you, friends. What is today? The 22nd? How many more streams do we have left in the month? I don't know if I can see this before that raid's out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 more streams. 5 streams left for this month. 5. So I appreciate you guys. We are getting closer and closer to the monthly sub goal. If we reach it, we're going to have a big ass viewer day where I have to dress up like Yoshi. So we're working on it. Guys, thank you so much. Go say hi to Graham. Go chill. I'm going to go to bed. It's 1:30 in the morning for me. Ask viewer. That's right. Ask viewer indeed. All right, friends. Much love. Peace. Bye.